Hello. Are we connected? I believe I am live now. Okay. We're doing this. We're here. We're finally here. Nice late night stream for chapter 4. At least late night for me. Because my sleep schedule is absolutely messed up. But, you know, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do this in the morning. I didn't want to do this in the afternoon. I wanted it to be, you know, late night's the best time for gaming. Okay. So, chapter 4. Let's do this. Hopefully my audio is coming in through. I did a bit of readjusting because I think the overall volume, like the balancing is pretty decent, but the overall volume was pretty quiet, and as I said, the volume of my voice can vary a lot. I think the noise gate's doing okay. I have to do the ritualistic sound discussion, of course. Very important. Still getting used to the streaming business. But okay. So I guess addressing the elephant in the room. Why is it Japanese? I don't know. Actually, no, I do know. I switched it to Japanese because of a topic that came up. That's gonna come up later. I have a whole like itinerary of what I want to talk about. I busted out the titular notepad, which is the same notepad for my chapter 1 and chapter 2 replay through streams. And the notes I have on what I want to discuss today are is bigger than both those notes for chapter 1 and chapter 2 for those completion save files combined. But anyway, yeah. So not sure how I want to do that. I'll do a sound check when I get to the save file choosing. So I think, yeah, I'll just get to that part. I wanted to keep everything really orderly. I wanted to talk about chapter 3 and then talk about chapter 4 stuff and then meta stuff and other junk after that. But I think I can't really avoid just I think I'm just gonna dive into chapter select now. I'm gonna hit chapter 4 here. You hear that? Sound like bells. So I've been going back and forth on where this dark fountain's gonna be, but I think that one might lean me towards my final decision here. This chapter 4 opening logo sequence. Look at this. Yeah, this light blue, sky blue pattern was in the Spanish sweepstakes. You hear this music? That music was so good. I'd seen a little bit of that. Oh yeah, and Ice Shatter, that's gonna come up later in the discussion. That music was so good though. I cannot wait for the music of this chapter. Because with chapter 3, there were a few familiar things. They did a lot of remixing of the main battle theme, Weirdbuster, #1, and a bit of leitmotif stuff from things we've heard before, like Spampman's theme got played here and there in relation to TENNA because they have a connection. But for chapter 4, I think we're gonna get some even better and even more original soundtrack than chapter 3. So, oh shit. There's no changing the Japanese. Oh no. Okay, there is English. Okay. I guess we have to go back to chapter select, which there's also interesting things in the chapter select now that I also want to talk about. Chapter 3 file. Okay, now we're here. Yes. Okay, good. We're fine. I think I'll keep on this for my whole discussion here, and I should do a sound check as well, because that is important. Gotta do it every time. I gotta make sure live I can actually see the stream on my phone, because you never know if some weirdness is going on there. Oh yeah, and I have to discuss this weird-ass thumbnail. I was stumped on what to do for the thumbnail this one, but I think it ended up being pretty funny. Which I've yet to even talk about my thumbnails up to this point for Deltarune. It started off as just a funny little thing because I was playing Nocturne, those were my first streams, and I was like, wouldn't it be funny if just I kept the Demi-Fiend meme format and just plopped him in the middle of Deltarune, and that just kind of stuck, and I want to do something different for chapter 3, so I put in Raito because Raito's game's coming out 14th of this month? It's sometime in June, but I want to play that too. But anyways, I didn't want to put Raito again in for chapter 4 just because I have an idea for maybe the part 2 or replay through of chapter 4 involving an angelic demon, whatever. I'm going to talk a bit more about the thumbnail way later. Let's see. pull up my stream. I have a feeling this discussion's gonna go way too long if I don't speed things up or cut it down. Okay, got the stream pulled up on the phone, so here we go. Testing 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Can the world hear me? Can Deltarune hear me? Can Chris, Rouse, and Susie hear me? Can you, the viewer, hear me? Give me your power. I don't know what I'm going on about. Okay, I think the game audio is good, but I'm just quiet, man. I did again readjust the volumes for both. I put both of them up, but I'm starting to think now I didn't boost myself up as much as I needed to. So let me increase the gain to like that. Okay, hopefully that's not too much. Well, okay, testing 1 2. Oh, that's a little loud. Well, it looks a little loud. The peak was in the red for a second. I think that's... I'll just keep it at that. I think that's good. If it's too loud, I apologize. Just turn it down. We'll do a sound check later. But yeah, we got a whole bunch of things to talk about. We got a whole legion of things because my brain was just running and running. Like, because I'm only playing, you know, Deltarune Chapter 3 for like 6 hours my initial playthrough, and like add another 6 hours for the replay through, something like that. But I've had like more than like 10-12 hours to actually think about it, mull it over, and watch other people play it. Like, more ideas coming and popping in, so I'm just gonna start at the very top. Why not? Yeah, I put a few of these things in the description, by the way, some key notes for what I might be talking about here in this discussion segment. But one of the main things is that, like, yeah, I'm starting this now. I said I wanted to like sit on Chapter 3 for a while, and I meant like maybe a week. I think a week would have been nice, but there's too many spoilers, man. The number one thing on my list is that too many spoilers I've been dodging. I haven't been spoiled on like too many major things, I don't think. I saw like I got a decent ability for like, oh, that looks like a spoiler, I'm gonna scroll away, I'm gonna flush it out of my brain. I think I did a good job of that for the most part, but I did get spoiled on a few small features, but nothing really big. That opening sequence we saw there, I've known about that for a little bit when you choose Chapter 4. I didn't remember the bells though. The bells just played when I was setting up stream, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. But I did know about the light sky blue haze that I mentioned earlier. But anyway, there's a few other spoilers. Should I just get the spoilers? Because I put it in the middle, because I did like a whole intro stuff first, and then Chapter 3, Chapter 4, and I put like the things I got mildly spoiled on in the middle here. So I'm not sure if I should move that, my freaking thing. I'll just get to it when I get to it. So yeah, let's start with Chapter 3 stuff, and this is kind of disorganized. It was really disorganized before the stream, and I was like, I should organize this shit. So I kind of got it organized by section, but not within the sections I got it organized. So I guess the main thing that I put at the top here was, yeah, the ending to Chapter 3 was fucking nuts. Like, I don't think this needs to be said, but yeah, major spoilers for all the things in Chapter 3, and maybe the small stuff I know about Chapter 4. But yeah, the ending to Chapter 3 was fucking nuts. TENNA dying, and just like, you know, the knight appears. Like, that was such an insane, unforeseeable plot pivot. Like, if somebody, I'm pretty sure if somebody like threw that idea out there that like, oh, the main boss of the main antagonist of Chapter 3 is gonna die by the night, and then the knight's gonna show up and we're gonna fight the knight, I think a lot of people would have just thrown that out and disregarded it. Maybe a few people predicted something like that, because I did say some people were thinking maybe TENNA is gonna end up dying, something like that. And I rewatched my initial playthrough, and I said, was there some kind of illusion that TENNA was gonna die? And a little bit. I was thinking of what I mentioned in my replay through of Toby Fox's tweet of a playtester saying they missed TENNA, and people like, oh, does that mean TENNA's gonna die? So that was maybe a little bit of what I was thinking, but there was also the Spamton Sweepstakes broadcast where they were talking about smash your TV, kill it, and that mainly boiled down to like the rivalry falling out of Spamton and TENNA. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of. But I don't think I don't think anything directly in the spams and sweepstakes or main teasers or trailers alluded to TENNA dying, but yeah, that ended up happening. That was fucking crazy. I was saying, yeah, I gotta read my notes. You gotta respect it. that was really, really cool. And these talking points are gonna be very wild and like inconsistent. So yeah, I say that because the next point is I pointed out that TENNA is like a pixelized 3D sprite. His overworld sprite is pixelized 3D. And I said it was like Donkey Kong Country, and like the process is similar, but other people pointed out that he's actually more in the style of like Sega Genesis 3D pixelization. Here, let me try and pull up a picture actually, because I can do fancy OBS shenanigans. And by fancy OBS shenanigans, I mean literally just dragging and drop an image into the program. Not Sonic 3 the movie. Here, let's see. Let's test the limits of OBS. Can I just drag this from the browser? You have dragged a URL into OBS. Now shut up. I don't think I can copy. I don't want to have to download it. That's what I'm trying to avoid. It takes too much time. Paste reference. Yeah, okay. I gotta download it. Image. There. I do have an onslaught of images I gotta show later. I had a whole folder for that. Okay. That. Oh my god, it's huge. But this, yeah, this looks more like a little bit more like what TENNA, because he's got like a little glazed, close to like claymation look. I guess I could pull up TENNA's image here, but people know what he looks like. But it kind of looks like this. A little bit more close to this than like Donkey Kong Country, more in line with Genesis, and I think that's interesting because I said some Genesis-esque stuff earlier in like my replay through, maybe my initial playthrough too, but there's like Genesis-esque sound fonts in the second segment of the whole chapter for that main area exploration theme, so that was really cool, and compositionally too. Okay, that's another point. Now, I don't know why I could have moved this point, the point I just talked about, because like now we're talking again about the knight and fighting the knight at the end. So anyways, there is some weirdness with Chris going on when the knight fight happens, when you actually fight him with the Shadow Mantle and beat him, right? There's like a bunch of, not flavor text, I don't think I should say flavor text, but text at the bottom that just plays, and I didn't even look at that. I sometimes just ignore details, just I want to get through and engage with stuff. I mean, I jump the gun with that stuff. But some of the lines are like, Chris smiles, or Chris's like, vision is getting hazy and stuff like that. Like, it's really weird stuff. Like, Chris is acting really strange during those events, especially at the end, where like, Susie and Rouse go down, but Chris doesn't go down in the same way, and Chris ends up like kneeling. I think it does say in the text Chris kneels in the middle of the fight, and that's kind of what it looks like oh man, no, I stepped on a bomb. I said he for Chris, I apologize. Most people refer to they for Chris. I want to respect that. That's a whole discussion in and of itself. Yeah, don't worry about it. So yeah, I'll try to use they them for that. And I have my own thoughts on that whole discussion point, so whatever. Just, it says that Chris kneels in the middle in the text, and it looks like that's what they're doing at the end when the knight puts sword on the shoulder as if they're knighting Chris. It looked really weird. It was so like, what is going on? Yeah, Chris doesn't even go down like the others, as I just said, because the others, it doesn't say down, it says swoon, and that's very specific to the battle function, because swoon is a whole different form of down where it's 999 minus 999, so they don't automatically heal up, and you can't just heal them out of death. It's like permadeath unless you have a revive mint or revive dust or some other form of revive. I'm not sure if there's anything outside of those options, except for Chris. Chris ends up not being one to swoon, which is, interesting for the battle mechanic, fight, whatever, you take that into consideration for your strategy. But thematically, why does that happen? Is it because just we're the main character, or I think there's a bit more to it. it almost feels like we're being like indoctrined into like knighthood or something, you know? Like we're not the knight yet. Did I say that in my replay through or something? Or was I rambling to myself earlier? I have no fucking idea, but I was saying at some point, whether on stream or not, I was like, the Chris Knight theory isn't that Chris is the knight now, it's that Chris will become the knight or some bullshit like that. It's really, really weird stuff going in on that fight. And maybe Chapter 4 will touch on this, maybe it won't, I don't know. But speaking on the knight, at the end of Chapter 3, the motif that's playing, I heard a few people who fought the knight listen to that track that's playing during the fight, and was like humming along, and like they're like, I recognize that theme, and I didn't know for a while, and it was only until like replaying it in my head, I was like, I got it. That's the chase motif that you hear at the beginning-ish of the Dark World in Chapter 1. When Lancer shows up and you're running, it's the one that goes... That might be a theme elsewhere too somewhere, but it plays there in that theme, which also happens to play also when you're chasing the knight down to the bunker. It's that theme, okay? So there's a lot of things relating to the knight that's like... pertaining to the Titans and the sword, because, I mean, look at them. And also, it plays in that area with a lot of this Titan-esque imagery, with the diamonds and the eyes, etc. So this knight is really, really connected. I mean, they're trying to bring on the Roaring, and the Roaring will entail the Titans, but it almost seems like the knight specifically is doing this to unleash the Titans because there's some sort of connection. They're a herald for the Titans. I didn't write this point down, but I wanted to. I was thinking about it earlier, but for those familiar with League of Legends, and I know it sounds really random to just bring up League of Legends out of nowhere, but the lore of League of Legends was actually pretty good. And I say was because, like, the company behind League of Legends is, like, ruining it and doesn't understand it and doesn't really want to support it in the way that it should be supported. That's actually one of the biggest reasons why I quit League of Legends, so if you're wondering, oh my god, he's a League fan, no, I'm not anymore. I quit last year because of their shenanigans with that. But anyways, the lore for League of Legends was actually really cool. There's this concept of the Watchers in League, where they're just sleeping beings in the ether that are like, they're like huge beings just throughout the space and time, and they're just in complete darkness and sleeping. But the world in League of Legends, the light is like their galaxy, their Earth, their whatever, that all human activity and existence, that is a light that is like shooting out to these Watchers that remain sleeping, and they don't want to be awake. They're just like, we want to go back to sleep, we don't even want to know that we exist. So they can't directly go over there because they're too big and they're far away, but they send like ethereal beings and like void-esque creatures and influence stuff like that. It almost reminds me of what these Titans might be, that they're these huge hulking beasts that can't directly affect their world, but they want to. Like, they're part of the darkness, essentially. It seems like they are, and they don't want to be awake. And with all this shenaniganry with like opening up dark fountains, the imbalance, etc., that might just make them upset. But anyways, I'm wondering if the knight that we see, or at least the being we see at the end of Chapter 3, is brainwashed, or is like some kind of messenger or herald for the Titan specifically, and it's not exactly out of what some kind of Lightner wants, for instance. They just want to play in the dark fountains and or something like that. That might be a part of it. That might be like two sides of a coin. Like, say, some Lightner we know has become the herald for the Titans, and they're doing this out of their motivations, but the thing taking them over is doing it for the Titan motivations. That sort of thing, I'm not sure. But yeah, that's my whole rambling on that. Oh my god. Need a breather, because this is so much, this game is so much, there's a lot to think about and talk about, so many interesting concepts. Like, Toby has just knocked it out of the park with this game, honestly, with how much there is to think about and talk about, all these concepts, room for theory, that's actually really fun to engage with. But yeah. Alright, moving on from that, the rock concert, actually, the rock concert minigame section in Chapter 3, round 2? That one has lyrics to it, and I didn't really pay too much attention to those lyrics because I only saw the blue lyrics, which is like what was already spoken in the lyrics, but that was actually a bit. That was Rouse changing the lyrics to like more family-friendly lyrics, because you actually hear Rouse say before, do I actually have to say these lyrics? They're a little crass or something like that. Tenna's like, you gotta do it anyway. But Rouse actually does change the lyrics. When the lyrics pop up that haven't been spoken yet, they're actually different from what is actually spoken by Rouse, except for the chorus, funny enough. But with that rock concert, with that music, that has the motif, that has the Noelle motif, the girl next door motif. And funny enough, that's the chorus that I was talking about, where the lyrics don't change, and those lyrics mention the In the Dark lyrics, the I'll be with you in the dark, and something in my mark, along with those things. The whole Des and Rouse that going missing, etc., that's relating to I will be with you in the dark, the main motif of the game. So it's like they're combining both of these themes and leitmotifs, which is very interesting. I'm not sure if Girl Next Door's main motif / melody that plays in it is similar to I'm With You in the Dark's motif, like their contour is similar, that gets into like music theory, but I think their melodies are distinct. They could have some kind of melodic connection to each other, but I'm not sure. Their notes might not be the exact same, but I said contour, which is like the direction of notes, which that can be a thing. You know, you hear Sans' theme, that one, you can actually hear that motif in It's Raining Somewhere Else at the MTT Hotel, but it's not the exact same notes. It's different, it's in a different key, and even the spacing in between those notes is slightly different, so you're like, well, if the notes are technically different, then how is it the same? How do people know that it's actually there? Is the leitmotif there? It is, because the direction of the notes stays the same. You can have a note all the way at the bottom, and then it goes way up to a much higher note, and then after that much higher note, it goes to like a middle note in between them. That's the contour. It's the direction that it's going in. It's the general shape, even if things are twisted and morphed in terms of the shape. As long as the direction is the same, people can pick up on that. It's still the same leitmotif, and that's the case with Sans' theme in It's Raining Somewhere Else. It's technically different jumps of notes, but it's the same contour, and also rhythmic. Rhythmically, you can have a bit of leeway on that. But yeah, I'm not sure if there's a direct connection between those two themes, but now they really have overtly put those two leitmotifs together. And that does make sense, because people have theorized that Des is trapped in the code, and her being trapped in the code and being lost is her being in the darkness, and speaking out to the data miners, etc. Stuff like that. So that does make sense. Yeah, but some of the lyrics, and even before the rock concert, by the way, before it starts, TENNA mentions December, just randomly, not really randomly actually, but name drops her just very casually, and says like, oh yeah, she was into rocking out too, she liked rock music. We saw in the Smash Sweepstakes she knows how to play like classical acoustic guitar, and she probably plays more somber tunes on that, but based on other things, she probably was like a rocker. She likes rock, maybe metal music. And some of the lyrics that aren't changed by Rouse, by the way, the original lyrics, kind of allude to possibly who Des is, or her personality, because there is like in the lyrics they talk about like a fight and like it's gruesome lyrics, but it says raise your bat, and that stood out to me. It's like none of our own party members have a bat. You know, we have a sword, we have an axe, we have a scarf. Noelle doesn't use a bat. Nobody uses a bat that we know of. Well, I was thinking, would say Des, for example, have a bat, a baseball bat? Maybe. It seems like if she were like an actual party member, which I don't think is gonna happen. Maybe you have, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But if she were to have a titular weapon or some kind of handheld thing to like describe her, I think it would be a bat. For some reason, that just jumps out to me. Other than maybe the fact that they might have mentioned like an anecdote of Des and the rest of our main cast, most of our main cast, like Azriel and Chris and Noelle, etc. That might have mentioned an anecdote with Des, and maybe they mentioned a baseball bat there. I could be wrong. I could just be pulling that out of my ass. But who knows? And she also is mentions her. Okay, I'm just reading off my list. I already mentioned that. Never mind. I want to keep this as smooth as possible, but I failed. I guess another note about the rock concert is Susie's drums have the Deltarune on them, the Deltarune symbol. That might not be as significant, it's just, you know, there. Makes sense. Oh, okay. Now, moving on. The dark fountain that we see before sealing it, I'm talking about chapters 1 and 2 at the very least, that I think might have that ocean pattern that we see in the vessel creation. At the background of the vessel creation, people trace that visual back to like a stock image of like an ocean or a sea, and that was very interesting because there's a bunch of other ocean aquatic themes and names, etc. And there's like kind of a pattern, a kaleidoscope-esque pattern, I think, on those dark fountains that we see before sealing it. And we actually do see another dark fountain in Rousey's description of Dark Worlds at the beginning of chapter 3. That might have the same texture, it might be a little bit different, but if it is the same texture, it could be that ocean texture on that as well during Rousey's description, demonstration. And that demonstration, rewatching it, was very interesting because that visual right there, with the context of what Rousey is saying, the dark fountain could be what we see as the dark fountain, you know, raising out. It, from that pattern, that beautiful rainbow pattern, it could be showing the extraction of light coming out of the nothingness, out of the darkness. Because if you make it darker than dark, you have to take photons, light, out of the darkness and just like conjure that up to make negative darkness and positive light, a positive amount of light, assuming the universe wants to keep a balance, an overall balance. And I talked about this in like some other stream about quantum theory and the sort, but if it is related to that, if it does follow that rule, we could be seeing the extraction of light coming out of that place from the darkness and being shot off to someplace else. We don't know where that place is. It could be possibly towards the Titans, similar to the League thing, where it's talking about like maybe the Titans are being like blasted with more light than they should be, and they're waking up and they're being like, ah. And funny enough, the Watchers from League of Legends, they have an eye motif too. They're visuals of the Watchers and what they do and how they've affected the world of League is eyeball related. And we are talking about lightness and darkness and eyeballs and not having eyeballs, and there's actually another point later down here, and I guess I'll just mention it now. All of the main bosses of these Dark Worlds don't have eyes. They visually do not have eyes in their character design, especially King and Queen, where their eyes are like blacked out. Like what would be their eyes is just covered or isn't there, it's just blackness. And it's all about like the idea of seeing darkness and not seeing light, etc. That whole deal. It makes sense. Oof, okay. And speaking of that Rousey demonstration, something I don't think I pointed out, maybe I pointed out in my replay through, the first figure we see when it gets darker than dark, the dog amalgamate. It looks like the dog amalgamate in that demonstration. And a lot of people pointed that out, at least the lore heads, the theory heads pointed that out. And they're like, does this mean anything? And in my personal view, I don't think it means much. I don't think it means anything. I think it's just a little cheeky reference, if not a coincidence. Maybe not a coincidence, because it's a little too specific. But I think it is just a reference. I think it doesn't really relate to anything. Because, like, what do we do now after we've brought in, like, the amalgamates into this whole theory sphere? I don't think it really goes anywhere. The whole thing with the amalgamates is that they're injected with determination, and the only thing we know about determination right now is that it's required to create dark fountains. That's the only instance of determination that we know about. We could get into a whole discussion about what is determination in the world of Deltarune. I don't want to do that quite yet because we know very, very little. You could say maybe it's just Lightners that can have determination, that would make sense. Or maybe it's still just humans that have determination, so I would only leave Chris as the knight, but, you know, who knows? I don't know, but I'm not going to get into that. I don't think the showing of an amalgamate doesn't really do anything. I think we can just ignore that, right? I could be wrong, though. If I'm proven wrong, then, well, I'm proven wrong. It'll be fun. By the way, speaking of that dog amalgamate, look back at the face that comes over it. It's our friend, our good old friend with yellow and purple eyes that's not Spamton. And God, all I have written in my notes for it is, what is up with friend? What is up with that fucking thing? Because I had a strong feeling we'd get a lot more concrete details on that thing in Chapter 3, because things around the Spamton sweepstakes were relating to friend, maybe giving teases of friend, and a lot of things in Spamton sweepstakes were relating to mostly just Chapter 3, a lot of the previews too. I was thinking we'd get more stuff on him, but like we barely got anything. He showed up on the amalgamate phase, and also in that minigame, the real game, part 3 of the minigame before you get the Shadow Mantle, showed up there too. But as like a bunch of little mini-me's, and it's like, is this a single entity? Is this a single character, or is this like are you a mass-produced thing? I don't know. What could this thing be? Is it a darkener? Is it a physical object, we could think? Because it's confirmed to be a cat of sorts, right? A Cheshire cat that's trapped in the darkness. A dark cat, etc. Why does it have the same eyes as Spamton? I have no idea. Is it... Nah. I was gonna say, oh my god, is it Gaster? I'm not gonna jump now. I hate the... It's gotten on my nerves too, the whole, like, is it Gaster? Is this Gaster? Because so many non-concrete things with Gaster. By the way, do I even have Egg Person on here at all? I probably should have thought more about Egg Person and what it might mean, but basically with Egg Person, we just gotta remember, they gave the hint about hold your breath, go left, count backwards to 100, something like that. I might have to re-look it up. But that's gonna be our method to finding the egg, apparently. Something relating to wheat? After we harvest wheat, something like that? But yeah, that's all I have to say about Friend. I don't fucking know. Combining Noel and Death themes, the main motif, yeah, I mentioned that. After talking about the symbol, yeah, I think I might have differentiated the angel symbol and the Deltarune, when really the angel symbol is in the Deltarune, right? From what I can tell, the angel, it's just baked into it, it's a part of it, along with the 3 triangles, which I don't think I've pointed out. I think maybe many other people have pointed out that, yeah, there are 3 triangles, Deltarune as in triangle, 3 of them, 3 sides to a triangle, but the actual orientation of those triangles is very interesting, because there's 2 on the top pointing upwards and 1 at the bottom pointing downwards, and I think that's a representation of our main cast here, about being Chris, Rousey, and Susie. Susie and Chris being lighteners, they're the ones up top pointing upwards, and Rousey being a darkener pointing downwards. I think that's what that's getting at, and it maybe looks like these 3, our main cast, are facing the angel, and I think that was the visual in the preview for Chapter 3, Chapter 4, where they're at the peak and they're seeing the angel. I think they might have their weapons drawn, so maybe this angel is a general enemy, but I don't think the angel and the knight are the same thing, so... And how does the knight... Well, I guess the angel might facilitate the Titans, who knows? That they might be the leader of the Titans, it could be, but, you know, this is getting into whole heaven territory, and I think the idea of these things being gods and heavenly and religious-like kind of ruins my Watcher-esque theory, so, you know, I won't indulge. Bunch of other random things. There's... Oh yeah, something I didn't mention was the weird 1225 secret debug room, and that's basically the gachapon, gumball machine, whatever, roll for stuff. If you input 1225 points, and there's basically no reason to do that, by the way, because it's way above the threshold for any 100% golden items. Almost nobody's going to practically find that, unless they're just putting in random significant numbers into everywhere. You get a secret debug room, and in that secret debug room, you roam around. There looks like there's a pathway, but you're not bound by the pathway. You can just go over it. You can go anywhere in this whole plane, and you can find a gumball machine. And the gumball machine gives you like a little triangle thing. I'm not completely familiar with it. I should familiarize with myself. with it again, probably, but like your hand ends up disappearing. It's very creepy, and then you get teleported back to the room, and the gumball machine is gone. Yeah, that was a very weird little thing, but 1225 isn't random because, number one, it's actually a code for the R-rated lock or whatever. That's the direction towards tutorial. But it's also 1225. That's Christmas. That's in December. That's relating to death. You get it. So it's not completely random that that's there, but man, I don't know who found that. There's probably people digging around at the code. But it would have been cool if somebody found that naturally. But yeah, anyways. Let's see, this next point is... Oh yeah, okay, this is not relating to major lore stuff or anything, but if you use cheat against the Pippins, like the action cheat against the Pippins, the flavor text for it will be, okay, the method in which she cheats is she makes all the sides of the die just 4, like she draws on it with a marker or something, and what's funny is that after you do that, there are attacks where they throw out dice. Every single side of them, as you see them rotating, all of them have 4 on that. That's so cool of it as a detail. I really like that. Also relating to the round mini games, the cut in half flower was a very interesting. Like that's the one of the photos you get in round 2, I think. And that one was very interesting. A whole flower cut in half. The petals are cut in half. The whole middle is cut in half. The stem is cut in half. I think they said the leaves are cut in half. Like, the thing is perfectly cut in half. And it's such a very specific item/visual. I can't help but think it might have some meaningful symbolism to it in some capacity. I guess flowers do have an important role in Undertale and possibly Deltarune as well. I don't know. It could just be a random thing. It could not mean anything, but I just thought I'd throw it out there. Another key detail about Chapter 3 is that Rules Card and Lancer weren't physically with us when we went back home. But they're there anyway. And they share like thoughts and memories of the other Lancer and Rules Card that we know, and it's implied that this Rules Card and Lancer are different playing cards that are just at the Dreamer household. So it's very interesting that these are technically physically different cards, but they're the same characters because we're familiar with them. So it's kind of getting more and more close to that idea of the perception of these objects or these things with function that we recognize are based on perception and cognition of these items, right? It's getting to this like collective unconscious thing, concept that's described in like Jungian psychology. Like both Chris and Susie are familiar with Lancer and who Lancer is and what Lancer is. We do know that, but because they do know that Lancer is somebody that they know with this personality and backstory, because we go to a different card, probably the Ace of Spades, I don't know, which by the way, the Ace of Spades symbolize death, so hopefully Lancer doesn't die, or Lancer is a symbol of death that would plague and curse someone, I don't know. Maybe they're an Ace of Spades, maybe they're just a spade of some other type, but I guess the King of Spades would be Lancer's father. But anyway, yeah, it's kind of getting at this idea, the collective unconscious and perception. You're projecting your thoughts and perception of these objects onto this Dark World version of them. So yeah, there's some things you can go into that too, where it's kind of getting into darker territory of like, we are kind of playing make-believe a little bit here. We're like, I don't know, it's rough. It's harder to see them as like actually their own distinct being as opposed to like something we made up in our own heads, and that's kind of tragic, you know. It's like, to what extent should we entertain this, you know? It's quite horrifying, honestly, all these things coming to life. It's like, it sounds cool on paper and at first, right? But like, the more you get into this, it's so tragic, because like, TENNA, for instance, is very, very tragic character, very heart-wrenching that he dies at the end, because to me, as I said, he feels like a member of the Dreamer family, right? If your TV that you've played like tons of video games on and watched cartoons on all these years came to life and like had this personality And like, you wouldn't want to see that thing die. That would be horrifying. That would be like, you have memories with that thing. You have so much more attachment to it now that you know it has a consciousness to an extent, right? So it's just so, ugh. Oof, okay. I've been rambling so much. I think I'm maybe halfway through my list. I think I'm not. I haven't even checked on my own stream. I could have gone down like ages ago or some shit. Ugh. But I think I'm still alive. Ooh, okay, I think I'll do a sound check real quick. Okay, testing 1, 2. I need a little bit of a breather. We're gonna chill for a sec. Okay, stream's up, we're all good. Okay, where was I? Oh jeez. I thought I'd get a little bit of a breather, but now we're going into this next point that I wrote down was, what was up with that quote unquote original game that we played to get the Shadow Mantle? That was so weird. That was like, I know this is a dark world where like, you know, imagination reigns free and anything can happen, but like that was so weird that happened there. Because again, it feels like anything can just happen, right? So it's like, you know, logically, it's like, okay, you can't really point to this being absurd enough to not happen, right? Because it happened, and it just happened, okay? We're going into a game screen and opening up a chest to get a Shadow Mantle. The character on screen is moving off of the screen into real life. And by the way, I did notice that, like, I just immediately in my playthrough went off screen with it, but like you can do a few other things. You can like approach Chris even further and like stab the sword forward towards Chris, and Chris will like fall over backwards like, oh god, like something like that. And I think I've seen the little 8-bit Chris like go downwards too to go off screen. Like basically the end of that segment is just Chris, 8-bit Chris like leaves and goes away. And then you pick up the controller again as soon as he barges in, so that's how it goes. But like, yeah, that whole business is like, if we're tapping into like perception and consciousness for the Dark Worlds, it's almost like that original game was going deeper and deeper into Chris's subconscious, something like that. And the game reflecting that, the video game, it almost kind of verging on like personalized game territory, like the creepypasta, you know, the whole creepy story side of the games that's cropped up in the past few years. Personalized game. The game is like tailor-made because of spooky shenanigans, something like that. I think that might have been a slight inspiration for that, but you know, who knows. Okay, and I was also wondering what's beyond those damn stairs that normally has that 5th secret key, because you can stab through it and go through the ladder. It's normally open, at least now. Before it wasn't, but they updated the game. In the updated version of the video game inside the game. Yeah, it's getting so complicated. But like, yeah, you can get it through the first time you play through the game, but when it's the original game, it's blocked off by a tree, but you can destroy trees after you get enough level. But I don't know if there's anything secret in there, because there was something secret in the second round original game, where you go to the Love Island, and the Love Island, there's some stairs where you can listen into something with TENNA, and it's almost like it was tapping into like TENNA's own subconscious, because that wasn't really physically TENNA, I don't think. But TENNA was like a character in the game, speaking and talking as if it was the real TENNA, but I don't think it was, because TENNA doesn't mention anything like that. You actually do destroy TENNA when you get that Shadow Mantle, or before you get the Shadow Mantle. But yeah, speaking of that game, it does look like we do in the game go down into the bunker, or the shelter as they call it. And because it's referencing Cyber City with some of that, at least I think it is with the blue walls, the blue brick walls, and it's also showing Chris going into the bunker, it does add to the theory that Chapter 4 will be in the bunker, but there are a bunch of other things saying no, like, yeah, it probably takes place in the church because they're approaching Sunday, and there's stained glass, stuff like that, and it's related to angels, so it's like very religious themed, so it's like, why would that be in the bunker? And I don't know. Ooh, okay. So another person, or another channel I was watching play, did I mention Born Losers Gaming? I think I did in my replay through. They started playing it recently, and they pointed something out in their most recent episode, I believe. Or at least I saw it in their playthrough. I'm not sure if they pointed anything out directly. I think they did mention it, but if we leave the controllers switched, Susie switches the controls one more time to Rousey controlling Chris, and Chris is like, the main character within that game. So Rousey's like, oh, I don't know what to do, how do I take pictures? But there's some like dialogue that Rousey has that's like really weird and should probably be acknowledged, that like they kind of feel odd about being player one, and it's kind of tapping into the themes of Rousey's incorporation to Chapter 3, where they're like, I'm just a darkener, don't worry about me, I'm just background, I'm not to be focused on. But now they're player one, they start feeling weird, and there might be even an implication there that like he liked it, he was into it, and it's also true on the end of like Rousey being treated as a genuine friend. He likes that too, but he knows that like there's drawbacks to that because he's not real, etc., etc. So yeah, that's just something else to keep in mind. Also, when you cut away from your perspective, your and Rousey's perspective, to see what Susie is doing, I believe between rounds 1 and 2, Susie goes to talk to TENNA, and most playthroughs, mine included, we do go over to Susie's perspective. But you can actually choose not to, which again, it's weird. In the other 2 chapters, you're forced to cut away, but in this one, there's actually an avenue to not cut away to see Susie, and actually just have a little chit-chat with Rousey as Chris. And like, you can bring up like, Rousey's like, oh, what do we talk about? And then Chris is like, let's talk about your face, or something. It seems like random. It's like, oh, your face, blah, blah. It seems random at first, but then it's like, Rousey's like, okay, what about my face? And then, as Chris, you can say, I've seen it before. That one's a very interesting one, because, yeah, we have seen it before, or at least us as the player has, and possibly Chris, because we're assuming that the Azrael in this universe looks a lot like the Azrael in Undertale universe. You get it. And they don't really play it seriously after you choose that. Dialogue is like, there's a bit of a fun interaction with that. Like, Rousey's like, oh, are you laughing or something? What's going, like, it's not much to it, but yeah, it is very interesting they let you do that. Okay. Now shifting back to the end of the chapter, where Undyne gets thrown away, or picked up by the knight and zoomed away. I kind of feel bad for Undyne when that happens, because like Undyne's probably like really confused and like what's going on, but like, she's still trying to do her police duty. She's probably excited that this is happening because she wants some real action in this town. But I still do kind of feel bad for her, because like it's just like a normal Lightner not understanding what's going on here and then getting whisked away by this darkness demon creature and getting thrown into a different dark world. But this comes into question. It's implied that the knight, or the figure we see at the end of chapter 3, picks up Undyne and takes them out of the dark world into the light world, and then into another dark world taking place in the shelter. So that leads me to think, did a normal Lightner, was a normal Lightner that entity that we saw, and they were carrying and like holding Undyne and running with them all the way to the bunker, and possibly in that bunker create a dark fountain in that moment? Because there is a point I'm saying here that maybe that dark fountain was already previously made, and it's been there for some time, maybe a few days, or maybe a while. I'm not sure how long it takes for an open, imbalanced dark world to cause the roaring, so it could be a few days, could be possibly a week, I don't know. But that bunker dark world could have been there for a while. But yeah, to the main point, was Undyne carried by just a normal monster / human Lightner? because it's, you know, kind of hard set in stone that a Darkener can't do that. Or maybe we are dealing with supernatural powers and beings in the light world itself now. We have that to worry about. That could be a thing. But if you are going under a theory that it is a normal Lightener, that is the knight that we see at the end of Chapter 3, who could physically pick up Undyne and, you know, keep her, like, locked down in their arms, and then carry them all the way, rush down to the frickin' bunker, right? Who could do that? The only person I could really feasibly think without superpowers is Asgore. So, Asgore Knight theory may be a part of it, maybe supported, I don't know. But then again, that's going off of technically a few assumptions, because I'm still skeptical of thinking, like, the thing we see at the end of Chapter 3 might not be the Knight. That might just be an assumption. That might be something different. I don't know. It is what it is. But anyway, yeah, another discussion point is that, is the Knight in their right mind, right? Are they overtaken by something? I mentioned this earlier, but because it's listed here in the point, I'm just going to reiterate it. Is the Knight in the right mind? Are they being controlled? Are they, like, kind of in the right mind, but, like, messed up a little bit? Is this somebody who's been corrupted by power or some kind of ideology? Are they a Titan conduit? I kind of think they are at this point. I don't know, but there is quite a bit of Titan visual theming here, and even audible if you count the theme, the OST track with the leitmotif in it. But anyways, also at the end of Chapter 3, the scroll combination at the end that Chris inputs, awfully coincidental symbols for the right combination. It's like, did this set combination predict the future or something? Because it's very, or is it like purely coincidental? I don't think it would be just a coincidence, you know? Very rarely are like key details that line up just a fucking coincidence in a story like this, you know? But did it predict the future? Because it does show Officer Badge and the Deltarune and the Pine Tree, which is all going to be relevant and incorporated in this chapter, which is another indication that Chapter 4 is going to be taking place in the shelter. But I'm still convinced it's in the fucking church because of all the angel religious stained glass imagery. I don't know, but regardless, does this combination predict the future? Who said it? You know, was this planned out, or was this part of some kind of prophecy? Because there is, as I talked about last stream, or my last replaythrough of Chapter 3, like, there is some concepts being thrown around about predictions of the future and the prophecy, of course. So what level does foresight play in this story? I'm not quite sure. But another question is, did Chris just surmise that password based on the context of what's going on? Because I'm not sure they'd be able to pick out the Pine Tree, because that's going to come later. But the Officer Badge, it's like, well, you know, there's an officer involved in this situation, so maybe Chris thought to do that. But I think what is implied is that Chris has known this combination for a while, because there are connections between Chris and the bunker that goes back to, I think, Chapter 2. So maybe, I'm pretty sure Chris just did know this password this whole time. But could possibly also be just very scared of this bunker in general for a number of reasons. Okay, now getting into some meta stuff and kind of maybe exiting Chapter 3 discussion. There have been some criticisms of Chapter 3 floating around, and I'm gonna, for the most part, be a defender of it, because I really did enjoy Chapter 3 from a both a story and gameplay perspective, even if I do think there are some glaring flaws with it here and there. I do somewhat agree with some of the criticisms, because it does suck that you do get locked out of the super boss if you don't get a proper grading on the rounds, right? Because that cooking minigame, or you're not really cooking, the serving minigame, the food minigame at the first, that one's pretty difficult, right? And you're not usually graded on your combat prowess beforehand. You can usually just like tank a bunch of hits and have fun with the fight, but this time you're graded on it, and like you don't know that this is very important for getting the secrets in the sword. And beforehand, yeah, people are also used to the fact that getting the super boss, you can always do it, you're not locked out of it, and it's mostly secret based. You have to find little secrets and do puzzles and stuff. But for this one, it's completely different. You can get locked out of a number 1 and number 2. It's mostly skill based on these mini games and how you scored on fights and finding things in the mini games themselves. It's quite skill based. So yeah, it's quite off-putting for a lot of people with this drastic change of being flipped over the head. And a lot of people was like, this is not good game design. This sucks. And you know what? I can understand that perspective. I can agree with some things here and there. Because you can buy an S rank, but some people might not know that, number 1, and number 2, you can't even exchange your dark dollars for points in order to get to that threshold of buying an S. It's locked behind that exchange rate. That exchange is locked behind the S gate for no reason. That doesn't make sense for it to put there. So you could change that, but yeah. I think it's kind of valid that people don't like that, but I personally really liked it because it gave a real incentive to replay the chapter. And get better at it, and I like that conceptually. I like that Toby Fox is playing around with more gameplay-centric philosophies and be like, yeah, skill, baby, get better. And I think a lot of people were just very bitter about that because up to this point, gameplay hasn't been a huge emphasis in either Undertale or Deltarune, except for maybe some of the super fight. Like, Rampton was kind of easy, but like a little bit of difficult, and I guess Jevil is fairly difficult, at least given the context of most of Undertale and Deltarune, save for the Sans fight and maybe Undying the Undying. But you know, who knows if you've played Undertale or not? That's not necessarily a requirement. But yeah, those are the criticism of Chapter 3. And also, one I do kind of agree with is that the rounds section goes on for a little too long, and the exploration segment, second half, doesn't go on for long enough. I think they could have rebalanced that to take a little bit away from the first part of the rounds section and add to the exploration part. I think they should have done that. And one of the best ways to do that is just get rid of the freaking, like, trapped in a gachapon section. That lasts for way too long. It only does so much for characterization and story, in my opinion. It is cool that you make your escape by shutting off the TV. That was really cool. But, like, just get rid of that whole segment. Put it towards all exploring the thing. And I think it could just go a long way. Right? That's one criticism I do accept. But even with these flaws, and possibly even just objectively having more flaws than Chapter 2 and even 1, I still really like Chapter 3 and what it's trying to go for. Again, there is recency bias a part of that, more than likely. But, you know, we'll just have to see. I am, for the time being, I am a Chapter 3 defender. But who knows, maybe Chapter 4 will overtake that, because one thing I didn't mention quite yet is that I did watch a little bit of Andrew Cunningham's video, or not video, stream, doing some stuff, because he was playing in the Chapter 3 segment, so I was like, okay, it's fine to tune in. But one thing I did catch at the beginning of the stream was that, like, he thought in terms of experience that the chapters have only been getting better and better, and that Chapter 4 had his, like, jaw on the floor almost the whole time. And I'm just like, oh man. But that's where I cut off the stream, because I'm like, oh, I don't want you to talk about Chapter 4. But yeah, so who knows how that's going to be. Also, one more thing before I enter the Chapter 4 section here. Weird route stuff. I actually did see a video that what happens when you get Z rank on a round. You actually do get access to a very, very shitty Z rank changing room, and guess what's there? There's a manhole, and that manhole you can actually enter and go to the manhole backstage that leads to the game. So when you get an S rank and you go backstage, and you see the manhole behind the curtain, you're just like, oh, I can't enter that. What's the deal here? But you actually get that through the Z rank changing room. So this is very clearly, at least from what I can surmise, the intended weird route of Chapter 3, or at least the setup for it. I'm not sure if it has a traditional weird route because we don't have a companion, but I think you do need to continue on doing certain things in Chapter 3 to connect the weird route, because I think in Chapter 4 we're going to get a traditional weird route, we're going to get more weirdness shenanigans, and in Chapter 3 you kind of need to facilitate that and connect it. So, yeah. On to Chapter 4, blue, blue, and more blue. The pine tree blue, blueness, deaths. It's all been shown off in this Phantom Sweepstakes update came out recently. But that blue, assumedly pine tree, where you click on it, makes a chord noise from an acoustic guitar, obviously relating to deaths. So yeah, light sky blue stuff, trees, all these are relating to deaths, and what's possibly going to be showcased here in Chapter 4. And given the thing, I wrote down here, given all of what I just said pertaining to where Chapter 4 could be, I might have changed my... Oh, excuse me. I might have changed my mind. Maybe we are going into the bunker for Chapter 4. I thought it was the church for a while, but like, it's kind of seeming like we're going to the bunker, but why all these angelic things? And the church bells, you heard the church bells, right? And stained glass. It all seems, and on Sunday, it's supposed to be on Sunday, right? If we're going through all the week. So it really is a coin flip at this point, whether we're going into the bunker or whether we're going into the church. I think there's more direct implication we're going to the bunker, I guess, but I don't know, man. Okay, this next point is, I've been spoiled on a few minor things, as I said at the beginning of the stream. I guess one thing I was spoiled on is I saw a little tiny video of Toriel dancing, and it was kind of funny and wacky to see, and she's holding like a glass of wine, and I couldn't even tell if it was like fan-made or not. Somebody, like, I think I saw some surrounding tweets that were just like, is this fake? So I don't know. I just saw a dancing Toriel that might be in the chapter, but it's not like a major thing, so I don't really care too much on that. But yeah, as I did touch on a little bit, if we do have 2 chapters on Sunday, quote unquote, like Chapter 4 takes place the day after, or the preceding day after the middle of the night section where Chapter 3 was, this does possibly lend to the 8 chapters theory, if you want to say there's another chapter, which I would like there to be 8 chapters, because you could very easily cut the game in half if you do that. If there's 7 chapters, 7 days a week, you can't cut that in half, and I'd like there to be a very satisfying halfway point of the story. Like, we've gotten to Chapter 4 now, we've got half the story. If we go to 8 chapters, we got another whole half of the game, right? And here's another interesting thing, which I could show off here. I probably should. Hold on. Let me adjust myself. Okay, let me go to the chapter select. Gonna load. Okay, so a few things to mention here. Number 1, the Chapter 3 section here. If you haven't played through Chapter 3, the icon that you see on the right is TENNA's smile, right? It's got the teeth that you see on the TV at the very end of Chapter 2, which is obviously TENNA's signatory smile on the TV that you see in the exploration segments. But funny enough, TENNA himself doesn't exactly have any sprites, or his 3D model shows off the edges of his teeth in the way that that smile does, but whatever, that is definitely TENNA and his smile. But here, after you've played it, it's just a normal curve without those edges of the teeth. And it looks a lot like the crescent shape on the knight that we see, which could be like his eyes, like a visor type thing, or maybe a smile, who knows. But yeah, now that we have beaten the knight, or now that we've confronted the knight, or the knight has confronted us, the end icon here is knight. Isn't that crazy? So yeah. And another thing with this chapter select is look at the bottom right. And people knew about this for a while, but I thought I'd mention it right here, and I wanted to mention right here, right now, because I mentioned the idea of 8 chapters or something. Those are the shadow crystals. Those 3 shadow crystals. I got shadow crystals in Chapter 1, 2, and 3. The stars next to the chapter thing are completion datas, I think, because I have 2 completions for Chapter 3, 1 completion for Chapter 1, and 1 completion for Chapter 2. But anyways, bottom right is shadow crystal count. See the 3 at the top? Are the shadow crystal icons, and there's 9 slots. So it's like, is that how many shadow crystals are there? So does that mean there's 9 chapters? No, I think there's gonna be 8 chapters. At least this is kind of hopium copium. I think the most realistic outcome is that there is just 7 chapters, maybe a small prologue or epilogue chapter that doesn't have too much into it. But my hopium copium brain is telling me there's gonna be 8 chapters, and 1 chapter is going to have 2 shadow crystals to get. That's what I hope is the case. Okay, that's that point done. Actually, don't switch tabs yet, I think. What are you going to do? Okay, we'll go through the opening sequence a little One more time. Okay. Oh, is this discussion gonna go for a full hour? Yeah, it's been an hour already, so I'll try to get a little faster with the rest of my points here. I can alt tab here. Okay. No eyes in the main antagonist, I mentioned that. Okay. So now that we've mentioned all this stuff with Des and what could be part of the next chapter and Noelle's integration into Weird Route, etc., etc., one of my main takeaways with a lot of this information is that what is centric to this story, it really seems like what's centric to this is the Dreamers and the Holidays. It really seems like that's the main core of this. Both of them as families, their connections to each other as families, the connections within those families, that seems like the major thing inside the core of this story. In terms of characterishness, I'm not sure how to describe the concept. And a lot of other things are kind of surrounding, like Susie and her deal and relationship with Noelle. That's kind of often adjacent to this center, and things with Rousey and maybe Lancer, other side characters. Those are all surrounding the main two, like figure eight or like dual core thing of these two families, the Dreamers and the Holidays. And I think that should really inform how we think about this story as a whole. And I'm not sure if I brought this up. I don't think I did, actually. But Toby Fox at some point mentioned, when talking about Omori, I think he was talking about Omori, he mentioned that a game came out recently that was very similar to what he was planning for Deltarune, something like that. And people think he was talking about Omori, and Omori is about, you know, losing somebody, and it's spoilers for Omori, by the way. You can skip to like 10-20 seconds. So basically Omori's about losing somebody and like moving on from it, and families and friendships moving apart because of that, and eventually rekindling stuff like that. So yeah, I think the disappearance of Des is really the core point of this story, and the main point of characterization for a lot of these Lighteners that we know. Okay. With that being said, I feel like I have strong feeling that Noelle is going to show up in this chapter, especially if the Dark World is in the church, because, you know, maybe Des maybe Des and Noelle partook in worship of the Lord, and is maybe showing up on not Easter Sunday, Mass on Sunday. So maybe that's how she's going to show up. I think that's going to be the case. So yeah. And it also opens up Weird Route stuff again, because some people thought we're going to bring Noelle back into the Dark World and do more Weird Route stuff, and that might be the case here, because we did see the logo get shocked to death, possibly. Okay, my final verdict? I think I want to say the church, but it could be the bunker. I don't know. Can I really see Undyne showing up in this chapter and like interacting possibly with Noelle? I don't know. I feel like flipping a coin. In fact, I'm gonna get a coin. Hold on. I'm gonna flip the coin. Whatever it lands on will determine my lock-in guess. Why not? Okay, I've got a quarter, a United States quarter. I'm probably gonna fail at even flipping it, because I don't flip coins often. But okay. Heads is the bunker, tails church. Yeah, I failed to catch it, but it landed heads. So I guess I'm guessing the bunker. It's the bunker. Bunker confirmed. Because again, I'm not sure if they just leave Undyne in there, especially if Chris knows that the bunker's open because they opened it. Like, Susie would probably check up on the bunker too and see that it's open, unless Chris, like, went in and did something and then left and then locked it. So, maybe, but again, I feel like Chris wouldn't just do that. Anyways, I think my last prediction is gonna be, oh man, I still have quite a bit more to talk about actually, even though I have a few more points, just a few more, but it's gonna be a little cumbersome. Last prediction though, I think the beginning of chapter 4, we're gonna go back and seal the fountain. It's gonna show that. Maybe, because I can't imagine they just seal the fountain off screen. They can't just leave the fountain open. They're gonna seal it. Maybe they'll do a flashback towards them doing it, but I think they're gonna show it. I don't think you will even have control over Chris. It's just gonna happen as a cutscene. Then you'll wake up in the morning and stuff will happen. That's how I think the beginning of this chapter is gonna go. Anyways, let's talk about my thumbnail, because I did mention thumbnail stuff before, but so weird thing happened. One more thing, I need to go back to a previous point. I said blue, blue, and more blue at the beginning of this chapter 4 thing, and that's corroborated by the minigame where you go into the bunker and it's blue in there, and there's a lot of blue stuff. So chapter 4 is blue. Anyway, if we are going to the bunker, which I guess is my prediction thanks to this landing at heads, it's going to be blue in there. It's going to be a blue bunker. Even though they call it a shelter, but I think they should call it a bunker. That sounds cooler. Anyways, my thumbnail, the Demi-Fiend being there, I just dragged and dropped Demi-Fiend onto that background with the stained glasses, and for some reason he was blue, and I don't know why. And I had this idea of just like Demi-Fiend's there, and then like the knight's there for some reason, even though I don't think the knight will show up. I just need to put a different figure in there, and he's like, oh, finally demon. But when I dragged him in, he was blue, and I think that's because the stained glass is generally blue, and like for some reason there was like a color palette solidification in GIMP because of the background being bluish, and that somehow tinted the Demi-Fiend. So that's just that's just why the thumbnail's just the way that it is. Okay, now we got a very, very fun topic here. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I just want to play the damn chapter already. But I was very curious what chapter 3 was like in Japanese, because like, just think about for a second what it would be to translate this, because there is just one major translation of Deltarune, and that's the Japanese one, and they actually put a lot of effort into this. From what I can tell, they translated it, both Undertale and Deltarune up to this point, same team by the way, really well. And I was like, okay, well, all this TENNA weirdness, like he talks in like very colorful, big, specialized text and the sort, so it's like, what did they do for this stuff? And one thing that's a smidge disappointing is like his VHS intro. For the most part, that's not redubbed. That's still in English, just with Japanese subtitles. There's a few small text changes to it, but for the most part, all that's the same, just with subtitles. But for his actual text boxes, we can see his first line here, I'm going to pull up on stream, is where he says, amazing performance. Here's that first line. And yeah, look at that. They changed it. They had a whole custom new, I'm guessing it's just an image of the rainbow text. And the funny thing about TENNA in Japanese, he mostly actually, for all these quips, it's still in English, right? I'm sure most people aren't like fascinated with Japanese language like I am, as much as I am, but yeah, there's fun little quirks with that. Japanese is a very interesting language. A lot of borrowed loan words and the sort, but yeah, I believe TENNA in the original says amazing here. Same thing here. The first character is A, the next is Me, and then it's I, Ji, Ngu. So it's amazing, which is like, you know, Japanese pronunciation of the English word amazing. So yeah, and that continues on a little bit. I said that he talks in English words for a lot of his fun little quips and announcements, but that's not true for everything. I think this is when he says tears, right? In the original normal English, he says audience has been brought to tears. Well, here this says namida. and it's just the same word twice. And I believe I typed it into Google Translate. Could be wrong, could have more nuance to it, but it translated to just, oh, what was it? Man, I forgot. I did some other things with Google Translate, but this one is pretty simple, so I can just go here. It even detects it on the thing. Namida. Yeah, Namida just translates to tears. It's not tears from English, but it does have its own kanji, interestingly enough, which is like its own complex character, but this is in katakana, I think. And yeah, so that's that line. I didn't get every line. I only played up till like the start of the first round Zelda segment, whatever. Now let me show off this. Yeah, this was funny. This is, I forget what he says this in the original, but this says Rabu Raburi, which is like love, love, lovely if you take that literally. But Labu Dabu or love, love is like is kind of like a descriptor, I believe, of like lovey-dovey. So it's like lovey-dovey, lovely. I don't know. It's a very interesting quip that he's going on here with. What's the next one? This one. Oh yeah, for the physical challenges one, it says Ryaru Challenge, which is basically real challenge. I'm not sure what the nuance is with Ryaru, but like this is like a real, intense, actual challenge. Kind of relates to physical challenge, the emphasis on that. And this one, oh yeah, the fun meter. Yeah, I think it was just called the fun meter. This one is called the happy meter, happy meta, which is just happy meter, which is fun. It even changes off to the side underneath the actual meter. And yeah, the original like logo saying killed on it. This one is a smidge disappointing because this doesn't say killed. It's, I believe, and I had to use like a draw characters to actually find the characters, like drawing canvas to character program online to actually get this, but this just says canceled on it, which is like kind of gets the same meaning of it, but it's lost a little bit of its humor, in my opinion, just because like killed is so much more weird and fun for describing the cancellation of a segment. That one's more direct. Okay, that's Japanese TENNA. Really cool, really fun. I'm not sure if there's anything else. He does actually, some things are like not translated, quote unquote not translated to Japanese, because like Japanese people do know a decent amount of English through their schooling system, so sometimes things are just directly in English. Like TENNA's main quip of main slogan, not slogan, what is it, catchphrase? Yeah, maybe catchphrase, where before a segment starts he goes, "It's TV time." That doesn't change. That one's not translated into Japanese characters at all. It's just, it's TV time, not overdubbed or anything. Yeah, he's like a titular Japanese game host, I want to say they're probably going for, which do actually use English words a lot to sound cool, because sometimes just throwing out random English words in Japanese can be seen as like, oh, that's really cool, very bombastic and loud, but also fun and cool. So yeah, that's Japanese TENNA. Really cool stuff. I really like what they did. They went above and beyond for a lot of it. Really respectable. My next point is, man, it's already been like an hour and a half, hasn't it? God damn. Alright, we're going for a while here. I think Chapter 4 is also longer than Chapter 3, so we're in it for a long haul. So, to dull the pain, I have alcohol. And this is just a spur of the moment thing. Oh man, that's a lot. That's a huge size of the image. Let me scale that down. I was just randomly given earlier today, like, homemade mead from, like, a family friend. Like, a family friend gave it to my mom and dad. My mom and dad was like, hey, want some sample of this mead? I'm like, sure. So I now have this mead right here, and I was like, what if I just drank it on stream as I played Chapter 4? Because like, why the fuck not? Mead, I think, is technically wine. It's like honey wine, and I don't know if we're going to the church, maybe it relates to communion wine. Get drunk off the communion wine, the communion mead. But I also didn't even mention this yet, even though it's the big shot in the room. Look at this. my big shot glass that I bought off of Fangamer official merchandise. It's really cool. I haven't used this too much actually. It's been a while since I even bought it, but now I get to use it. Spanthan will always be by my side, even if I need a plush to talk to or a drinking buddy. He's there with me. Okay, that's that. Delete this asset. Yes. And that's everything, except for one more point. But one more point is transition area into actually playing the game. I don't know what save file to use. I kinda want to use the Super Boss Egg 1, completed one, for my initial playthrough, because I want to catch, like, say, Sham dialogue for what's gonna happen with, like, I bring him a Shadow Crystal. But I probably will end up replaying this chapter on a different stream to get all the secrets and do a super boss, because I don't know if we're gonna get locked out of this one too, you know. So maybe I will do the original save file, and then the completed save file for the second playthrough, getting everything. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think what I should do. Okay, that's frickin' everything, man. I used this one, yes. This is the one, the middle one is the initial one, I think. So, alright. No more theorizing, no more nothing. I got a lot of things out of the way. Been an hour and a half just talking about random fucking shit. I'm just gonna start it. Nothing else. Nothing else, just start it. And hey, one of my predictions came true, even if it was very obvious light one. Here we are. The night. The roaring night. Also, with how long that segment is, I think for this VOD I'm gonna put a timestamp for, like, skipping the whole thing, because, like, it lasts quite a fucking while. So, yeah. Probably put that in the description somewhere or something. The one who's making the dark. One who's trying to destroy the world. Yeah, you can see, as I talked about, the fountain has that texture you see right there, the scrolling texture. It could be the ocean still, same as the vessel creation. So it's like two of them, and they're both going in different diagonal directions. They're both transparent a little bit. See that? So that's our enemy. Yeah, and maybe I should have talked about this earlier, but Susie, it seems like a turning point for Susie, where Susie's, like, gonna be taking this stuff a lot more seriously for the story, because, like, oh shit, a Lightner came in here and got abducted. Like, this is not fun and games anymore. Like, you saw the beginning of chapter 3, she was like, hey, another adventure, and then, like, by the end it's like, oh, a fucking Darkner just died and somebody got kidnapped. Like, shit. So, you know, maybe this is a starting growth point for Susie in a completely different direction. So, you know, let's go. I really like Susie as a character. I like all the things that Toby's done with her. She's really, really great character. Up until today, it felt kind of like, no matter how serious our adventures got, they were just part of another world. Yeah, that's... Thinking about the structure of this whole story as a whole, it's like, you know, get things established, and then, like, you have a serious moment, and that changes the tone, and then you have another different moment that changes the tone. It's interesting to analyze the progression of that. Now someone's taken Undyne into the shelter. The real shelter. What do you mean the real shelter? A fake shelter? Or am I missing something? Chris, you have to do something before she's... Yeah, there's a sense of urgency. So I think we are going to the bunker, but I don't know what this stained glass stuff is dealing with. There is also that part of the trailer where they're, like, going over, like, the glassy floor texture, and there's, like, dark blobs jumping up at them from the side. I don't know. They also have a weird color palette, but I'm not sure if anything pertains to that I could point out. No point talking about it. Hurry up and seal the fountain. Time to wake up. Chris, are you listening? Oh, this is... time to Wake up. Seems like a bit of a jump cut happened there. Or maybe maybe flashback, maybe we were dreaming about what had actually occurred. I don't know. Yeah, we were probably, geez, really worse for wear in terms of sleep. Breakfast is waiting. Pancakes. Sounds really good. Hurry up or someone else will eat it. Stop. Yeah, that got Chris's attention. Oh shit. This is so fucking relatable. Like, I was always the last one to sleep and the last one to wake up for like get-togethers and sleepovers, so I have so many memories of waking up and seeing everybody at the breakfast table, and I'm like, I'm the last one. On this As I said in my replay throughs, yeah, this rendition is so good. Its antenna was broken, but it's been taped up. I wonder who did that. This is an interesting line, because I'm not sure if this is like to hand wave is deaf, or what? I would like it if TENNA does end up being resuscitated in some capacity, but not too soon. I want this to be like, oh, we repaired him by the end, he can show up for the final, you know, medley of characters. That would be nice, but... Beloved living room chair. It hasn't changed in the slightest. Also, I probably should have done another sound check because you know, we're actually getting into gameplay now. Okay. Sorry for all the sound checks, but I just want to really make sure everything's good. You only get to live this moment once and record it once. Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're playing Chapter 4, and I get to eat pancakes. Yay. Okay. We're leaving. Yeah, I can't leave. Wait, the door is sealed by the power of breakfast. Actually, wasn't there a book of hymns here? Interesting. Obligatory call home. Okay, it doesn't change. Set sequence where we sit down and eat our breakfast. You were sleeping like a puppy. The cheek pull. You rest well. Think of it, I had some very strange dreams. You weren't awake. No more TV just before bed, yeah. How the hell do you sleep through breakfast like this? Butterscotch pancake. Oh, that does sound like a good topping for it. Infinite omelets. Gotta be a sin. Oh, sinning. That reminds me. How would you like to go as service doesn't see, but it should technically be Saturday. Unless they're going by the Japanese. And it's a bit desynced. Unless, but I'm not sure if that lines up with our egg guy, because we will be going to chapters to 2 different dark fountains for 1 day if this is the case. So, yeah, go to service with us today. Is it the church? Did I really pivot to the bunker and it's actually in the church? It's churchy. There's gonna be some church. Look at the camera. No. Sure. Yeah, something tells me Susie nor her family is the religious type. But I guess yeah, it's being established now that Chris and Toriel do still go to service. I would imagine Toriel still does, but like maybe Chris grew out of it. So let me find some clothes for you. PG. Some clothes for you. The hell we have to go to church? Oh yeah, I didn't complete my thought on Japanese school, but basically the Japanese school week is they only get Sunday off, I believe. So this could still be Sunday. and then tomorrow we go to school, and that would be Monday. But again, I'm not sure if that's a discrepancy with... I don't want to think about a bunch of bullshit right now. We can talk about that later. I knew these pancakes were the trap. Yeah, it's gotta cost. Time to get the hell... Oh, you're really gonna jump? Wait a sec. Remember last night, right? Yeah. I was like, you're acting way too casual for how severe the situation was. Undyne. She was taken to shelter. Like, close to the church, right? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. And why am I so stupid, you may ask? Because I didn't even think... Okay, this might not even be the case. This might be completely wrong. I didn't even think, what if the shelter connects to the church? And it's just all the same dark fountain? I flipped a coin for nothing. Okay, maybe it's not the case, but like, that would solve so many problems here. Because this line just connected it all for me. Like, what if the shelter and the church are connected? I don't know. That might be the coin landing on its side type deal. That's my new theory. It's probably a long shot, but someone around there knows how to get in. Or it's safer than try on your clothes. I swear to God, if I just figured it out and called it, I'm gonna be so happy. Oh, right, formal wear for church, right? I did go to service myself. I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I did go service myself. But I never dressed up for church. It was always rather casual. Oh, she's got her robes like from. Oh, is she gonna look like dead on like Toriel from Undertale? Oh, we got the same color scheme on Chris, but what the heck is Susie wearing? Whose are those? Well, it fits you are Asriel's old clothes, which it looks like Boy Scout material. Oh, that's somebody's gonna draw fan art of adult Asriel with those clothes on, or older-ish Asriel, at least compared to Asriel from Undertale. I'm going on so many tangents, goddammit. Can't even actually get through this. And yeah, Tori looks the exact same. Oh! Does she not look perfect? I'd say she looks perfect. She looks very nice. Sorry this is happening. Shut up, don't say that. Shall we all walk over to... This is so exciting, man. Ugh. Can't believe it. Can't believe this is happening. Just get this over with. Here we go. I'm doing it again. Flowers. Yeah, nothing flower-like actually came up except for that half flower, so maybe the half flower was relating to this? Possibly? I don't know. Well-watered flowers are blooming inside. Who did that? Wait for me, pancakes. I'll be back. They're gonna get cold. Well, Susie will eat most anything, so. Gingerbread monsters and shit. Yeah, there's the same line. Already white fur stuck in the drain. Gotta clean that up. Asriel's photo. It's not gonna show it to us. Why did you Photoshop Rousey to be... Oh, I forgot about... Yeah, I was confused why Susie didn't make a connection between how similar Rousey looks and even just Toriel, because they already have similar features, but that's your brother. Yeah, now that I look at it, he looks different. I wonder if it's going to change something later. Did I get it? You can stop pointing out the differences. Ooh, that's interesting. Chris is adamant to be like, they look the same! Those little horns you're wearing. Emphasis on this again. Theories galore. Almost like you were trying to... I was. Even in a family photo, they let Chris do that. Oh, man. Yeah. Stop hugging the fridge. Freezer freak. Hell no. Wash your hands at church, Chris. I'm gonna read random unimportant... Okay then. Jeez, way to call me out. Also, is this the... Maybe this is the cactus character? That... Okay, in the minigame it said the cactus upstairs secretly loves you, and that it has a key underneath, and that showed up in the game, but... What if we... It loves you, but mainly shows a sharp side. Aww. And that was maybe also the cactus behind the curtain? There's a word for that kind of personality. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You've said tsundere already. It contains how to draw dragons. What the heck is... Got the drawer as fast as humanly possible. It's like, oh shit, I forgot about that. Hard to put into words, but for some reason seeing Susie next to you felt like whatever you were for just right now might be okay. Wow. That's a pretty hard line. Staring into the mirror with the two of you in it. What was I thinking? Nothing. Here, can we go in here? We can. What is this? I don't think it's a save point. Is it a save point? Found a bird or something. This giant blood stain? Might be a blood stain. Let's use vinegar, dumbass. You're in hot water, cleans it up. What do you know? We don't have time to... Is this a little bit of emphasis for... I keep saying emphasis, goddamn. Support for, like... Monsters also have blood? Because Susie brought up the everybody bleeds line, and people are like, this is... You know, do they turn to dust? Do they not turn to dust? You and Susie made time to clean up the stain? Oh! I'm not sure I wanted to do that, but did it. Unless this is just a bit not significant, but... Too late, damn it. How does your brother have all the prizes? Wait a sec. Oh! There you go. The Susie prize for having me over your house. The thought that counts. Your bed. Closed drawer. What is this? It is a save point, but why in here? You're supposed to go to church. This is just a very out of the way. Felt different in your hand. Knew what it was. What? What did you say? What? I only read this. I only comprehended the second line. Last file. Why not? That's gonna get confusing real fast. There's $5 in your brother's drawer. Take it. No. Chris gets mad. It isn't yours after all. I don't know why it's shining like that now, though. Can we, like, toss some of your brother's CDs? No, I mean, like, a frisbee. For fun. Come on. What is this computer wallpaper? What age did you and your brother draw this at? We didn't go to this cyber world. What the hell? Funny line. I think it's mostly done for. Hey, in the corner. It's that cat thing from Castletown. You know, the shop thing. Cat that stitched them. Huh? Oh, maybe they remembered that doll figure and drew it. Huh. Interesting. I think that's everything. No matter church will save you from wasting pancakes. I got you though. Just bring me your leftovers. Okay. Oh, is there a line with Susie for this? Right. Before you sealed the fountain, you managed to find Tenna in the dark world. He was barely alive, but oh, I thought he was gonna be dead for a bit. Pippins and Shadow Guys told me how to fix him. I tried patching him up. Hope it worked out. Okana wants to throw him out though. Hopefully we find a home for him. Maybe bring him to Castletown. Maybe. Find a new home for him fast, okay, Chris? Said we would. Alright, let's go. Right, we're here. Did the egg guy say on Sunday we reap the wheat? Maybe he did. Chris, Susie, I have to prepare for choir now. You two behave yourselves, alright? Yeah, of course. Don't have to tell me twice. Chris, show Susie where to sit down, alright? I have no idea what I'm doing. So we gotta go through that big door. You wanna look around? I'm nervous. I'm like, this is very formal. I don't want to embarrass myself. Go get jugs. We're keeping this. Actually, stop. There's a motion sensor to stop free drinks. Damn. At least we get the free milk. Over here. Full of hymnals in scripture. Yeah. Oh! Maybe Toriel took the book of hymns and like kept it on her person and is using it here. Okay, maybe that's the case. Wait, what? What did that say? Some copies of Lord of the Hammer. Gerson? I saw somebody, okay, one small thing, that's like a light spoiler. Somebody said Jaru might be very happy. Something along those lines. So maybe one of Jaru's theories was either supported or maybe even outright confirmed or something like that. And he has this whole theory about like Gerson being the knight and anagram for the Roaring Knight being Oberon Smog, that whole deal. So I don't know, maybe Gerson will be mentioned here. They're full of hope. We are going to see Alvin though, because we're at church. So, hope candles. Each one has a person's name on it. Azrael, Asgore, Chris. Wow, we keep these. Mother must have lit those ones. Susie pretended to blow out your candle. Happy birthday, loser. So hope candles, fire extinguisher. I have the feeling Susie will say something stupid about it. Make one of these that damn shoots whipped cream. Yeah, that was correct. Over here. Alright, let's skip out. This is what I would say if your mom didn't ask us. Double doors probably continues. Various people rehearsing inside. Have to sing too, do we? Azrael did sing. I believe Alvin said Azrael was a star of the choir here. I remember being somewhere like this. Huh. Got in trouble for yelling the wrong song. How was I supposed to know the melody the first time? Or the song starts or ends or whatever. Yeah, it's even before I knew about like actual choir practice, sheet music, music theory. I was like, okay, reading the church music sometimes during worship, and I'm like, okay, coda, you hit the coda here, you go back, and then you skip the coda the next time. It's like, it's a little confusing. It's the door to some sort of office. Seems like a decent place for clues. Let's not break in when your mom is around that. Ooh. Hopefully we don't do some dubious stuff and get caught. She's probably got a sixth sense for you doing something wrong. At this point, yeah. Okay. I think we're going in. A lot of townsfolk we recognize here. Hell yeah, back at the bus. Mom can barely see us back here. You're gonna sleep, are you? Sleep through the service. That'd just be missing out and disrespectful. Watching the service. You'd probably notice if you started snoring. Again, our eyes are covered most of the time. Oh well. In the same garb too. Snowdrake has the fucking tie on. Or bow tie, not tie. It implies something different. Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming again today on this glorious day of days. Is Alvin speaking? Yeah, he does have a portrait actually. That's one thing for like maybe diminishing Alvin's involvement is he doesn't have a normal like speaking portrait. So who knows? Who knows? Please stand for the opening song. I'm not gonna sing this. Heaven knows. I'm with you in the dark. Glory that we mourn here. Of the shadows, cutting deep. and heroes that save us. Well, even mentioning that prophecy, heaven knows the beauty of the soul, and we weep for the majesty and pray we do not forget the tale of Deltarune. Name drop. Yeah, a lot of the religious visuals and audio themes are very Christian oriented, but this is like implied to be its own religion. It's not actual. Hey, is that he? Is he out of the hospital? Ooh, or maybe he just came out of the hospital specifically for this, but I think he's out. I did mention Rudy Knight theory, and I'm kind of swayed towards that. If we're choosing a Lightner candidate, I think I'm just gonna say Rudy, because there's a few supporting points, but man, there's still so little, you know. Okay. Now close your hymnals. Yeah, Toriel did probably bring the Book of Hymns, which is a neat detail. Yeah, no, Noelle was so good at singing. Yeah, let's wave Lightners next time. Oh yeah, I did maybe want to mention like Susie and Noelle's dynamic is like, you know, Noelle has a crush on Susie, but Susie, in my opinion, Susie doesn't necessarily romantically reciprocate, but not yet. I think she has a developing crush over the course of the game, and we see Susie having more and more of a respect and admiration for Noelle. We can see that also being here. So I think we're gonna see Susie starting to really develop and blossom a crush for Noelle. You know, have that going, because my worry for the dynamic was that like it would just be Noelle likes Susie, but Susie doesn't really like her back in the same way. And not even necessarily like it's just a friend, just like if one is more admiration, has more admiration than the other, that's an imbalance that can kind of be uncomfortable for me personally as a viewer. Just because, you know, real life dynamics should be have quite a bit of balance to them, in my opinion. But yeah, we will probably see that balance getting there, more or less. That's my main point. So yeah, I'm all down for that. Now for the reading of the holy words. Everyone please welcome Caddy Kattenheimer, oh, last name, to the stand. Alright, Caddy with an I is this Caddy. It's confusing because it's spoken the same way. At least I think. Like, hey everybody, what's up? Is this thing on? Lol. Oh wait, please don't tell me you said lol out loud at service. That's so... Oh no, Caddy with a Y, not I. And of course, Caddy with an I isn't here. That kind of makes sense. Jockington also here. Caddy, do you have the reading papers? No, I'm like good. I like memorized it. Okay. You memorized it? Something tells me you didn't memorize it. Yeah, like so is everyone. Like ready to rock? Woo! 3, 2, 1. Go-sies! God, I don't like doing that impression. Oh my god, so like the angel? It has like this cool prophecy, like for oh man, it goes by so fast. Like like yeah, you didn't really memorize it the best, did you? Okay, so like I'm kind of paraphrasing here, but there's like these heroes and they're so cool. They have like words and stuff. And there's one with like horns. He's like honestly so cute. I mean, there like aren't any pictures, but like I don't know why, I just imagine him as like cute. I'd like to see the depictions of these heroes like within this religion. Like there's probably multiple different interpretations visually. Like a fat-free, there's probably like such a huge pile of those. What's amazing is like these 3 heroes. Like, oh my god, they're like, this is gonna loop. Stop. Because they could be like any of us, you know? What? That's a part of the prophecy? Like that's the thing, like gotta keep in mind we could all be someone that might change the world, right? We should all like be nice to each other. That's like the main thingy of our religion, right? Nice to everyone, we're all family. No matter what kind of person or who they are. Like, we believe weird crap, but it's totally like welcome. Don't sound critical. Might be uncouth. Maybe even I'm actually hero too? Maybe I'm keeping a secret from you guys? What is she going on about? It's like, it's totally not me, hahaha. Or is it, like, totally keeping you... poking fun at, like, theory crafting? Maybe bad things happen in this story, too. Like, what's it called? A calamity? But, like, it's, like, all cool because, like... Like, actually, I don't remember what happens. It's quite shocking how much this religion aligns with Rousey's prophecy. Like, hardcore it does. Shout out to my mom and dad. Hey, mom and dad! Look at my little sister. Couldn't make it here today. She probably thinks it's a drag. I don't know what she's doing. Communing with demons or something. I don't know. And she, like, does that lol. It's probably sacrilegious. You should come here and, like, bask in, like, some totally holy light or something. Wrap her tongue in the holy bowl of... oh my god, what? That's not for drinking? I kept drinking it because I was thirsty, lol. Should I just stop? Please tell me she just keeps laughing. Okay, thank God. I was going insane doing that voice. You didn't bring anything to do, did you? Pocket for fun. Probably paying attention might have Susie be like, oh, this sounds very familiar. Now we're talking. What the hell you got there? Multiple stickers, a peppermint eraser, a piece of a CD, orange hard candy. I wonder if this changes based on, like, maybe what you have in your inventory, or, oh, what else could you have in your inventory? That'd be weird. Nice, that should be enough. Mess with the sticker first. You inhaled the sticker's aroma. It smells like marshmallow. Fragrant, but not overpowering. Now what? Sticker in a bag. You know, let's do it to get a kick out of Susie, or give Susie a kick. Oh, that's not gonna give her a kick. Said you could put stickers there. But that means there's gonna be a ruckus. Well, I used up all of them. We're just loaded with stickers now. I don't want to get in trouble. Reading's over? Okay. Thus concludes the first reading. I forget, how does Mr. Dink talk? You say, Douglas. Thus concludes the first... I don't know. I'm not sure if that's accurate. It's supposed to be Mr. Dink. For today's sermon, we once again share a passage by my late father, Gerson Boom. Wait, no, that's not... that's not Caddy's father anymore. That's Alvin. He always managed to put into words we could never quite say ourselves. Now let us begin. We shall never know the pieces of the prophecy lost to time. But, is everything important truly written down in those words? This is an interesting concept now. We could be told that certain pieces of the prophecy and parts of this religion have been wiped away, obscured, hidden. That's quite intriguing. Myself, I see a blank page as an invitation to write. Take the future and... is this an allusion to, like, the different routes we can take? Possibly endings, even though Toby Fox says there's only gonna be one ending. Your eyes became heavy. Hey! I know we're lacking on sleep, but this is... we're gonna get in trouble. Riz, get up. Oh! Don't have any time to waste. Let's get to the bottom of this. Bottom of these two sweet, sweet cups of juice. Wow. They're getting real schlocky here with their friendship. I was saying, like, maybe, you know, touching on ideas of maybe Chris and Susie aren't, like, true friends because we're mostly interacting because we're the player, but some of these interactions here, like, no, they actually are connecting in ways outside of the player and what the player wants and what the player does and the existence of the player's presence. So, you know, that makes me feel good. Search flavor. You go ask around about the shelter code. I'll make sure there's nothing hidden. We already know the shelter code. Oh, whatever. In here. Oh, that was a lot. Rudy. I think it's Rudy. What happens if we try to leave? Don't try to skip out without me. It's the yellow one. Are any of these alcoholic? Glass is 0% red, 0% yellow. At 25 red juice, 25 yellow juice. 25 yellow. Carefully titrated the juice into your titrated, but I only know that through college level chemistry. What the fuck? That term, I should say. Empty drink. Juice added. Go half and half, why not? Like an Ulner, what the fuck, man, my speech part of my brain just broke. Arnold Palmer, like an Arnold, which given these colors, it's actually, might be close to accurate. I don't think that's tea though, it's supposed to be juice. Trick name, try this, it's orange juice. Oh yeah, it's yellow and limits of your power. Yeah, I don't wanna mess with my orange juice, quote unquote. Oh, I'll get to the bottom of this juice. Get to the bottom of the clues. Clues, whatever. The longer you trip, the more I'm gonna sip. Psst. Code? No clue. I don't go there. I just randomly decided to do it today. That girl's reading was, like, so bad. Oh yeah, they don't know each other. So awful, you can't help but smile, you know, like... Yeah, like a painful, wry smile. What does that girl think she knows? It's the Undertale characters here are very interesting in their incorporation, because, like, Red and Caddy don't know each other. These two aren't a couple. A few other things that you might expect. Oh, it's person's widow. Shelter. No, now you know what. That's not a wholesome place. You stand to learn a thing or two from that polite young man, Bergley. Or maybe it's Berkeley, because I think maybe the Bergley that Rudy says is spelled differently. Just the other day, that young man told me you wave dash. I really hope Chris is a melee player that wave dash. Because it's like the mention of wave dash in chapter 2 could have been like you as in the collective view, as in like you, any given person wave dashing, it would be cheating. That's what he was maybe saying. But Chris being like a competitive Smash Bros player is kind of a funny idea. I haven't told your mother, but please, for dear shame. Is she also like an anti-competitive casual Smash player? There's so much to do, so much to see. Already so much time gone by. She's finally running a cup of juice through her gills. I imagine this stuff doesn't continue. The stuff up here doesn't continue the story. Chris, Fald, I don't know what Fald is. Foled. But you thought I was fooled? Is that what it was trying to be? Is this a typo? I don't think it's a typo. You thought it was Caddy. Today's game was wild. I thought we won. What? Codes? Sorry, I don't know about that. Never will. Been real. Never will is a funny way to dismiss the conversation. I mean, the code to success. That's my man and my girl. They knocked out the whole damn congregation. Way to go, family. The little girl kicked butt today. My big girl, too. Huh? Code? Locked door? I'm a simple man, Chris, but my genius daughter will know. Chrissy! Oh my god, you came to see me. So cute, huh? Code? Locked? Oh, sorry. Don't get it. But Noelle knows a lot about being locked out. And like, codes are for nerds, lol. Yeah, sure. Today is a cartoon fishbone grill for all the girls of the house. We are crunching bones. We are feminists. What is he talking about? Cat and Otter stay when you're treating the service like a sports game. Oh, I thought I could go behind the pulpit. Ah, Chris, it is most wonderful to see you worshiping here today. Yeah, because I think something else kind of implied that Chris might not come all the time anymore. So, yeah. With a friend, too. Did you seek something from me? Banging server, my man. Thank you, Chris. Although I did see that it put you to sleep. I know I do not exactly have a flair for entertainment. That's why I don't write my own sermons, or anything anymore. Interesting line. I don't think my father could rest well knowing I was tarnishing his legacy. That's also very interesting. Need something from me? What Asgore? Your father? He typically comes here at night. He prays much for you, Chris. For Azrael, Toriel, Rudy, and his flowers too. You should join your mother in praying for him as well. Saying my mother prays for him? Chris, I don't know what you are experiencing recently, but Chris, please, look to the angel for guidance. I will pray for you as well. Say it again. Poor man. It seems the angel has made a difficult path for him. It's good you can get some sleep, even if it's from my words. This is a day of rest, after all. So maybe it is Sunday today. But we aren't going by day to day, week to week. So maybe chapter 8, maybe, hopefully. Come on. Stay away from the shelter. Interesting. Well, a shelter's a place to feel safe, you know? Why is it sounding like it's dangerous? I think over here is fine to explore. Juice. Your teacher looks thirsty. Or are we gonna give her the orange juice? Yo, Chris, didn't expect to see you here. And with Sister Susie. Your last time at the shelter. We did activate that. Yo, that wasn't cool. Susie will not be tamed. Sure, Chris. Just as long as you have her spare us, okay? Chris? Teacher is right over there, you know. Oh, I didn't get to ask about the shelter. Probably not any significant amount of information, but... Hey, is this, father and son? I don't know where Cool Drake is, if they're supposed to be here in this universe. But I didn't differentiate them. I'm not sure who was in the choir. Put anything in your hair before you come here today? No? Mean you ain't gel? Get it? Ain't gel? Just so bad. Probably nothing significant about the shelter, but I'll humor you. Haha, pretty good, right, Chris? Why don't we hang out more anyway? Oh, we can say we can do everything else. Don't laugh. What? It's not funny? Do humans not have any sense of humor or something? Ooh, you shouldn't. Oh no, you shouldn't bring that up. Snowy, yeah, it's not. That's not cool, man. Shelter, I hardly. Ugh! Hey, be nice to Yamada. Girl, she talks about it. Quiet. Such a weird way to spell that. You're a little snowball. A little slushy. Make Yamada proud, Chris. Hello, Alphys. Chris, a nice surprise seeing you here. I need a drink, but Susie's over there, and you go make my 25% red and 75% yellow juice combo. I know she'll fun at me for it somehow. You're fine. We'll do a miniature side quest. I did not. I'm gonna see what all the others are for full yellow juice. This is where it is. Drink name Mystic Nectar. Wait, what did it say? Blood of power. What does Alphys want? 75% yellow. Do the opposite. Sunset Requiem. 25%, 25%. Juice added. Oh, nice juice combo. Looks cool. Really. What's the name of it? Reason to get more. But I want to know the name of it. Oh, it is parched. Chris, is that my special combo drink recipe? Drink it in front. No, I'll see what it. Maybe I won't look something up. Maybe I'll look up what that does. Did you want to talk about something? No. Thanks for the enthusiasm. No. I'm thinking of a voice clip from who's that sportscaster that is kind of unpopular. I forget his name. Dan Giesling likes him. Undyne. Yesterday evening, Officer Undyne actually invited me here. He said, "Yeah, oh, does she regularly come here and she's not here today? That's a little awkward. I've been in town a while. I should make some more friends, you know? Which is why it's kind of awkward she's not here. Yeah, actually can't even reach her at all. What do you mean? Do you have her phone number or something? Maybe I'm the stupid one. Think she actually because of me. She gave you chocolates though. No, you're right, Chris. I'm not sure if it's the ideal path to put Undertale characters together that we're together in Undertale. I'm not sure if that's what's supposed to be happening, but you know, I guess why not? Let's do it. It's an optional thing to do. Then again, the chocolates were so stale. Kind of put me into a coma last night, so he also could have been trying to poison me, but Undyne's just gone. Shelter. I'm gonna go there. But hey, inside new house for Susan. That's awful. I'm not gonna lie about that. Architectural history research. Chris, wow, that's very above and beyond. That being said, Chris, I don't think you should try to go in there by yourself. Shelter, it's a place for people to survive an emergency, right? Ever since I've moved here, it's been closed for some reason. Makes you wonder if, even if there was some disaster, whatever's inside there might be worse. Yeah, it's just a general rumor around everywhere that the shelter is just no good. My paranoid speaking. Say I've only ever seen a couple people head over there. Undyne and Undyne's been there before, you said? Oh, I guess she is part of the police, so maybe she's patrolling, doing official stuff, along with the mayor, who has political power. But that's still interesting. The mayor going over there. I mean, she's the mayor, so that makes sense. You know, could just be going there innocuously, but that kind of detail is a bit interesting. You asked for the mayor or Undyne to chaperone you. I'm sure that might be able to help you with your project, though, right? Gonna see Noelle's mother. By the way, in the process of asking Undyne, you could tell her to call me or text me back. Or I guess just otherwise find out if she hates me. Oh, don't talk about yourself like that. Really help me out. She's sort of, not answering my call. Yeah, you do have a number. That's come on, that's significant. Felt like useful information. Oh, that's gonna, yep. Okay. It's confirmed my theory about the combination of the church and the shelter being connected. Undyne's gonna be there. This is gonna affect this. It's all gonna be there. I'm gonna be right. Well, Undyne's in the shelter, so I can't ask her without, you know, entering there, but we will be talking to the mayor. No! Okay. So, I just realized I have not taken a sip of my mead yet, so I think it's very apt that I, you know, take a sip of my liquid, just as Susie is now. So I'm going to pour into my shot glass. I'm not going to actually shoot it. As I mentioned this in the description, I tried to do a little preview of what I'd be talking and doing, but maybe I gave away my hand too much in that description. But yes, I'm not going to shoot it. I'm just gonna sip it. It smells nice. It smells wine-esque, which makes sense because the process of making it is similar to wine, I believe. Yeah, as Susie is guzzling down her liquid, I will guzzle down mine. Ooh. Nice and sweet. Honey-like. Yeah, that's very, very palatable. Very nice. It's just like a wine undertone, you know, just like kind of winey aftertaste. It's pretty good. Generally pretty sweet. Might have a bit more later. So yeah, that's going over here. I wonder if order of talking matters. I'm gonna check the stained glass. Can I check the stained glass? No, but the stained glass looks so good. Okay, whatever. Oh well. Hi, Chris. Kind of funny seeing you here without Azrael. Haha. Does she laugh like... I think... Is that... Oh, am I just... My brain... Fuck. Does she laugh like that? Fa ha ha ha? As in... Fa la 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 la? I don't know. Like the Christmas song. I think that might be a quirk she has, but I can't quite remember. It's just... Writing it down as fa ha ha as her laugh is very... specific and interesting. Nice singing today. Where'd that come from? I'm just giving a compliment, man. Take it. I don't think you've ever complimented me before. That's kind of asshole-ish of me. Wanted to join the choir, you could. I always liked hearing you play the piano. Now, it was mentioned in the sweepstakes, a little anecdote about having Chris over. Chris played the piano, I think without knowing who's listening. Apparently Chris can indeed play the piano really well. Key? Key? You don't mean... Oh, also I'm very curious what happens here with Weird Route stuff. It's gotta be so awkward. It's gotta be so, like, oh shit. Key? You know what I mean? Also, I'm interested, like, I definitely have a thing... I have a feeling we're gonna get into, like, traditional Weird Route stuff because we're seeing Noelle here. So I wonder if, like... I wonder what happens if, like, you don't do the Weird Route at first, but you do it here? Unless they lock you out of it. Like, you have to actually initiate it and continue it. Because I did say Chapter 3 might have stuff to, like, really be like, you have to do stuff here in Chapter 3 to continue the route. So maybe it's, like, very, very strict as to what it wants you to do, to the point of you need to initiate it in Chapter 2. But anyway. You don't mean... You mean singing off-key? I'm not! Yeah, I'll kick your ass. He's joking about that one, I promise. Rudy. It is Rudy. But he's right, Chris. Toriel. I always like parental figures that, like, were fun and open, you know, saying stuff like that. Weren't afraid to maybe swear, get a laugh. I remember I was over to a friend's place. This is a very weird anecdote. I was over to a friend's place. A family friend's place, I should say. I was browsing their computer just because I was bored, and I was browsing mods for Brawl because I never modded Brawl myself until I was way older, like in my teenage years. But there was a Brawl mod for, I think it was Deadpool, and the title of the like page that described what was going on, giving screenshots and possibly a download link. There's a specific website for it too. I probably could never find this, but I saw it. And I found it funny. The title for it was, "You can't spell assassin without sin, ... and twice the ass," something like that. And I found it funny. And then the family friend, the father figure of the family that we were family friends with, walks over and then sees it. And I had like an oh shit moment. He was like, oh no, because like if my mom saw that on like the home computer, if you're at home, she'd be like, come on, like, you know, she'd probably give me a talking to. But then like their father came over, read it out loud, and I was like, oh shit, am I gonna get in trouble? He was like, he read it, and he was like, that's funny. And I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, that's my random tangent. Doctor, I wonder actually, sometimes I just like hearing you play the piano. Okay, it's basically the same. You're getting better at singing, you know. Sometimes you covering your ears while I scream jingle bells. And maybe there has been significant improvement over time. Those are over, you know. You know how I got locked out of my house. That's why I used to end up at your place sometimes. You know, you'd help me. Does like the mayor like change the locks consistently because she's paranoid? Also, I didn't mention it earlier when the mayor was brought up. The mayor is not here today, just something to keep in mind. Break into my own home, or my own room. Even then, my mom never gave your family a spare key. Never even kept anything at City Hall either. Also, City Hall, this is a township, no? Not a city ship. No keys, no documents, no handmade gifts, anything. Everything important. She always... There's so many, like, mysterious figures, and, Noelle's mom is one of them, along with Alvin and Gerson, possibly. Yeah, it's just... It really feels like Toby is setting up for, like, theory crafting candidates for the night, etc. There have been quite a number of theories about Noelle's mom being the mayor. Keeps locked down at home. Looks like you gathered enough clues to talk to Susie. But, hey Rudy! Hey, Christmas! Look who decided to crawl out of their little igloo. That's good. We're not gonna mention that, like, he's up and about out of the hospital? I'm grateful for your wife's carols. Oh yeah, I forgot. Is that her name? Was that confirmed earlier? I forgot, but yeah, that makes sense that her name is Carol. Your wife's financial support of... Also, Toriel referring to her as your wife, but... is there some kind of weird relationship thing going on here too? Also, financial support to Asgore. That's interesting. I mean, there is still familial connection. Maybe Asgore did some, like, malpractice thing, but, like, the mayor is giving him a slight pass because, I don't know. Family friend owes him one. Wish he did not support his, you know what. The flower shop he's going on, or is you know what? One more word and you're soaked, Mr. I was gonna say, like, wording it like that is, one more word. He probably did not mind that in the slightest. He's like, yeah, I was asking for it. What was I supposed to say, sweetheart? If you don't support his you-know-what, that just means we gotta. Please bring up a new topic. I'm not sure what they're talking about with this you-know-what. The only thing I think of is his flower business, but I don't know why they'd have a problem with it. Your singing has gotten so lovely. You, Chris, and Asriel should perform sometime. It would be nice to go caroling together. Oh, that's a good idea. Chris will sing swears. Chris will sing swears. Chris will sing swears. Wow, they've all got this down pat. Maybe Susie and Chris are a lot more cut from the same cloth than I ever really thought. Okay. Key lime pie. Also, we're bringing up a key, but like, it's a lock combination. But then again, in the real mini game, you do actually use a key, the shelter key for it. But in the light world, we've seen it's only like a lock combination. Maybe there's 2 methods to open, and I don't know. But do I have some memories of that? Not here, Rudy. This is a holy place. There's so many off-color topics coming up. Sorry, honey, I'm still catching up with Rudy. You and Susie can go home earlier if you want to. This is, interesting that we're not bringing up that he's out of the hospital. Still catching up with Rudy. Alright, I think, oh. I mean, who else is gonna drink that, right? Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna get up and stretch for a second. Maybe I'll run up and grab a water, I don't know. But I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. As this little theme here is playing, some of the little melodies here and there kind of remind me of the prophecy song that plays in chapter 1 when Ralsei's describing the prophecy. But now that I'm hearing it, like, I'm only hearing so much of it. The little da 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 da, that part that's playing here sounds a little bit like a section in that song during the prophecy, but maybe it's just a coincidence, because this is a very short little looping thing. But then, I don't know, I'm hearing a melody right now. Whatever, just something to note. Let's continue. Tell Susie the info, not yet. Okay, no interesting dialogue. Explain the clues. See what you got. Well, the only 2 leads we got are... Also, just completely ignoring that Chris put in the code themselves, but is investigating here, but I don't know, maybe it's for the purposes of the player? I don't know. It really seems like Chris, as a character, is averse to the player and what the player wants and the player's trying to do. Or maybe the Chris is trying to have some leeway for what the player's doing. I have no idea. Light in the mirror. Think about the 3 symbols on the shelter. Pretty much tracks. One looked like the church symbol, which is the Deltarune. Got that code yet. But it could be here. One looked like the badge the cops. One then probably knew something too. So was this... Was this combination lock forged and like created by 3 specific figures, that being maybe Undyne or some member from the police? Pine Tree is there, relates to deaths, relates to the mayor. Last one is the church symbol, so maybe Alvin. The Alvin is the 3rd character here. Pine Tree and the mayor. Likes trees, right? I mean, there's one in the city hall. Oh yeah, and Christmas trees and the sort. Do people usually use pine trees for Christmas trees? I think. Yes. No. I don't know. Maybe that's why the knight captured Undyne. They wanted to take their code so they could get in. Did the knight force Undyne to give them the code, and that's how they got in? If that's the case, then yeah, it would make sense that that right then and there, the Dark Fountain was made at that point in time in the story. But maybe, did they also, like, still take Undyne inside? This is like a weird scenario that I can't really visualize, you know? But in that case, I like this, inferencing that we're doing here. It's very, very cool. It's like nice that Susie is like really thinking about this and theorizing like us the players theorize. I have to know the other 2 codes too. Someone who goes to church, who knows the mayor, has something to do with the cops. City Hall is her best bet for now. They said her mom keeps everything important at home. Yeah, wait, now that I think about it, we're going to their house? Her mom's the mayor, right? And the front of their house got pine trees all over. Kinda like the holidays just got frozen in place. Also, it's supposed to rain this chapter, I think. But maybe that's after we get out of the Dark Fountain. Maybe if we can sneak in there ourselves, we might be able to find a clue in there. Wow, this is very sneaky, but really exhilarating. I got an idea. You gonna... Yep. Hey, nice singing! Susie, how did you... Why are you... Oh, she didn't even notice Susie here. What brings you to church, Susie? She's got the juice all over herself, but then again, earlier, us and Susie did get juice on ourselves as well. You know, juice. Oh, right, sure, that's why I come too. Right. Yeah. Looks like blood. Definitely. That's why I'm always drinking it. Yeah, too bad they just ran out of blood. A very classic Susieism. Are you going with this? Get straight to the point. Also, Rudy's right behind Noelle, so be careful. Be careful, Susie. Straight to the point. Yes? Look, Noelle. You wanna work on our projects together? Oh, I almost completely forgot about the projects we have to do, which might be due at the end of the week. You know, your place. Huh? What was this project even about? It'd be funny if the subject of the project that I think we skipped out on the description of, I think we did, would actually be significant to the plot in some fashion. But that's just a random ass thought. My mom, I'm not sure if she'd... just want it to be thrilling, be daring. Yes! I mean, yes, we could do it. Yeah! I think that we can ascribe this to, like, a bit of her development from Chapter 2, which is really cool to see that connection. Might not have done that beforehand. Really? Damn, that was easy. So let's not invite Birdly, even though Birdly's her partner. Boom! High five. Cool, well, see you later? Oh, Chris is coming too? Sorry. I mean, of course. Right. For the school project. Should I invite Birdly then? They're both in unison yell no. Oh, hell no. Okay, yeah, then I'll just listen to that. Feel free to come over. By the way, at this point, Birdly could have, you know, a non-functioning arm, or be dead, depending on if you did the weird route or not. I'm not sure if this line would even play, this sequence would even play if you did the weird route. Could be completely different, given that's Noelle here. But oh yeah, with my notes earlier, I meant to bring up Birdly and the weird route or his arm. I said all this thing relates to... Oh yeah, and I can connect it to swooning! I almost forgot... Oh, I forgot to mention... Okay, going back to discussion mode. Let's start with a swoon. Swoon is the specific status ailment. I forgot to bring it up. The exact definition of swoon is fainting due to extreme emotion. Now, most people think swoon as in, like a very comical, like, oh, somebody falls over and faints because, like, their crush touched them on the shoulder or something. You know, you get it. But swoon, its actual base definition is fainting due to extreme emotion, and that happens when they are physically hurt by the night and go down. So they are fainted, right? The distinction is that from down to fainted is they are just pushed down to the ground, they can't get up, they're just like, they're still conscious, they're just like, oh, I can't get up. But swooning is directly like they are out, you know, and that's the distinction there. But specifically, here in the Dark World, it's, they're fainting due to extreme emotion. That leads me to a theory that the actual physical pain that they experience in the Dark World is translated in real life as mental affliction, right? Something along those lines. So something like Birdly, for instance, if he is physically killed, say his arm is physically killed in the light world, then his arm, the mental part of, you know, he can control his arm and feel his arm and use it as a part of himself, is just mentally blocked, right? And essentially physically killing him in the weird route would be like, you know, making him a vegetable, just brain death, that sort of thing. So keep that in mind. You know, this general idea of physical in the Dark World could relate to mental in the real world, something along those lines. Okay, anyway, yeah, that's what I have to say about Birdly. Swoon. Swoon is a very interesting word, by the way, to use for that, by the way. Very cool vernacular there, Toby. Sure, we gotta go to school first anyway. On a weekend? So they're being kind of vague here with... is it Sunday? Is it not? Is it Saturday? Because I get that in this world it could be churches on Saturday. But it is the day of rest as described, so I don't know, they could be just a roundabout subversion if they really wanted to. Cool, sounds normal. See you later. Yeah, see ya. Yeah, that went perfectly. That's ball. Or did she say bail? Hey, Susie, how about going to the diner? Come back to church in a few hours for choir practice. Be nice to have a little treat before then. What, out of the fucking bushes? Like you're a stalker? What the fuck? Oh, Tori! What a coincidence seeing you here. You knew she was coming out of church anytime. That's so creepy, dude, man. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. Oh. After church ended, too. Hello, Asgore. Yeah, Toriel towards Asgore in this universe is a lot less mean, just to put it brazenly, but like, yeah, it seems like this, it's not a matter of killing children anymore, it's a matter of, like, you know, possibly didn't do his job right, and that led to somebody going missing, and then, you know, bad blood, but I don't know, the mayor's still giving him subsidies or some shit. Oh, Tori, Would you look at that? Seem to have some extra flowers lying around, and see, there's a. I'm not sure if I should go into this, but like, Mayor's giving you like leeway for your flower shop, and like Toriel probably is like, okay, fine, he can have his flower shop and do what he loves. Sure, that's good for his growth and individualism. But like, he's taking the flowers he should be using for his shop and his own self growth, as part of like a charity from the mayor, and using it to go back and get her to fall back in love with him. So it's probably like just a very bad feeling receiving these flowers. That's at least how I interpret this situation. Asgore, I think I have to go. I'm sorry, can we talk later? Of course. The single pixel eye. Oh, little blossoms, we tried our best. Just hope Azrael will be able to see us all back to normal. Ah, that's a main motivator. Interesting. Chris. Because that's interesting. I wonder what Azrael himself, what his reaction was to, of course, probably not super good. You doing? You like some flour? Sure. Share with your friend. I wonder if it's going to be Susie giving it to Noelle in like the Dark World or something. Later, alligator. Give us a single flower from the whole bouquet? Let's change the hell out of these clothes. We gotta go all the way back. Oh, never mind. Let's just leave it. Now I want to check up on Rouse at school. Should probably catch him on the plan. Catch him up to the plan. Guess we could go to Noelle's first. Whatever you want to do, do it. It's the weekend. Yeah, Toby shared this track. New rendition of the hometown theme. Let's go. You can lock me out of this. Dude, that's the last place we should go right now. Such a fun theme. Boats hold no power over you anymore. In line. Your clothes have returned to the earth. We're free! Is that the... I think that's the mother. I'm not sure where their brother is, though. Gerson Boom Memorial Bench. This is the bench that Susie was on, which could play... If Gerson is, like, a major player or some shit, like, you know, Jaru's theory is correct or some shit, Susie being picked up by Toriel here could have some significance. Thematically. I don't know. The best ideas come from dreams. First here. Anyone else? You're writing. No comment from Susie. Chris. Right now, pal. Not right now, kids. Author and teacher. Butler, big bone for leader of the pack. This is your idea of hanging out, Chris? This is the same as chapter 2, actually. To me, I guess. I think I even got that line in chapter 2. Oh, it even cuts in with more instruments. That's so good. Yeah, they're saying we can, like, optionally go to Castletown if we want to. Asgore, where were you hiding in here? Also, we gotta check this out. Because Chris unlocked it, but I think it's gonna be relocked again. Maybe they went inside, did something real quick. Closed now. The shelter was a strange panel. It looked like a digital security lock. Okay, digital security lock. Is it like a pin where there's like 3 entry fields and 3 symbols beside them? Okay. Now I understand the lock more. Yes. I understand it more. Because there's 3 entry fields, and I think each have a number, right? And under each one has a symbol. It makes me think each symbol has, like, each of these individuals that these symbols pair with has a number that they all know. So it requires all three of them to be together and coordinating to get into here. Right? So Undyne, the mayor, and somebody from church, probably Alvin, though maybe Gerson, if Gerson was still alive when this happened, and maybe that number is lost to time or written somewhere. So yeah, I think that's the case here. But that implication is that the knight got Undyne specifically over here to get her number for the entry field. But who lured Undyne to the fountain? In the Dreamer household, that was Chris. Chris feels like a fucking disciple, dude. There's so many little hints of like Chris is aiding this knight or the knight themselves, but you know, who was that entity we saw that was called the knight? Man, this is so freaky. But regardless of the Undyne stuff, what about the mayor and the third person? Right? Possibly Alvin. I'm just gonna assume it's Alvin for now. Possibly Gerson. This implies that, like, what happened, what we saw, implies that the last person that they got was Undyne for this, and they really wanted access to this place, whatever it may contain or hold. So it's kind of interesting that they may have already extracted the other numbers from the other characters first. I'm not sure what else supports that, what else is hinted there. Who knows? But maybe we'll find the number. That's the thing. If Alvin's the last one with the church symbol, we're not going to get a number out of him unless he's written it down somewhere. The mayor, we're probably going to find at Noelle's house, we're going to find the number there. But for Undyne, Undyne is presumably still trapped in the shelter unless they're not for some reason. Unless the knight didn't take him in or something. But, yeah. So that calls into question how we get that number. Maybe we go to the police station, maybe it's written down there. Or maybe Asgore also knows because he was part of the police force? Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Okay. Damn. Bunch of theories all at once. One had a pine tree beside it. Yeah, it relates to the mayor. Madison, Deltarune. That's it. But again, Chris knew the combination and put it in. So the whole idea of them helping the knight intentionally, maybe that gets curbed by that idea. Maybe it was just coincidental that Chris wanted to call the police to, like, alert them about dark roads and shit, and that just so happened to be the final key here. But Chris knew the password already and saw the police badge. Like, they're smarter than that. Man, there's just so much to bite into. But I bit into a lot of it. Jesus. Wait, there was a person here. Or somewhere. God, I missed it. Oh, whatever. Probably just be a throwaway line I can find in somebody else's playthrough. There's no trash can, nothing unusual. Familiar. Icewolf prepares for the festival. Call me Faw. Is that his spoken line? I ordered Icewolf to buy flowers. Nice business for Flower Man. You know what? Going to talk to the mayor ourselves and going to Noelle's place is probably just a dead end here. Mayor killed my briefcase with a giant katana. What? I can't complain. I voted for this. Well, that makes inward visuals of the mayor a little weirder. You're looking for something important? Mayor keeps everything important at her own house for the extra. Wow, thanks for letting a random citizen like me know. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. You know, more hints for the player or some shit. So far, politically, all I've really done is stand here and look important. I'm starting to get disillusioned with the political system. Only the mayor let me do something else around here. No commentary here whatsoever. Small pine tree. Painting of the town. Maybe it's in politics. Okay. It looks like you can go like back there or something. Always looking for nooks and crannies. Yo! Chris, remember me? Sorry if I was too strict when I babysat you and Noelle. Since then, Noelle's always seemed so nervous around me. But today, he even complimented my outfit. I wonder what changed. Something like, mice are cute. Because she used to not like mice, and then chapter 2 happened. That's funny. Hospital, Rudy is not here. Or maybe he went back in bed. Beads of the toys march on. Nothing weird there. Almost bragging about your piano playing. Plink. Almost thought you were serious for a sec. Feel the pissed off look. Got high for a second. Same-ish lines. Back again. Come here for a lot for someone who is sick. I'm showing a bunch of lines in a circle. Because that's what it is. Yeah, whatever. I wasn't here. Sink inspector. It's a regular sink. It's a clone of the sink. I think the regular sink is the one you talk to first, and the other one happens to be the clone. Is this some sort of commentary? Perhaps there was originally one tall sink. Yeah. Inside the cupboard, very small obligatory piano is hiding inside. All the same. Here. Anyone in Rudy's room, or did he come back? He did come back. I remembered to check the sink again. Chris, what the heck is with you in that damn sink? What are you expecting to come out of there? Soda? Oh, I read that really weird. God brought another bouquet again. Come on, man. You know you can't afford that. Asgorn is dwindling business. At least I think it's dwindling. Brought up quite a bit here. I think his place is gonna be a dark world. I'm calling it now. Chris, service was pretty long, wasn't it? Wanna talk about something? Sounds like maybe he shouldn't have left for the sake of his health. Wanted to talk? Almost seems like his health is getting worse, actually. I thought he was doing better because he was walking around and doing stuff and got out of the hospital, but... Man... Sue's Meister. Nice. Seeing you at church today. Thanks. You, feeling any better? I'll get there, just... Church is a lot. Susie? What? Going to the festival tomorrow? Oh, the festival's tomorrow! Yeah, I guess. I gave her the same fucking voice as Rudy. I'm not striving to do any, like, lots of extravagant, unique voices or nothing. Well, she's not going with anyone. Her? Oh, the heck, no way. Expected that from her. Whoa. Total left field. And she's like, top shelf. People might get psyched out. That surprise. Top shelf. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, man, sucks to be her. It'll be fine, sweetheart. Stop coughing. I wonder. That's right, festival tomorrow. Told Noelle I'd go support her. Getting worse. He's gonna die. Gotta save up my strength, and I'll be busting out of here, baby. This is closed. Oh. The speed limit, I can go as slow as I want. Wait, they're going back. I thought it was gonna go just straight forward. Trying to direct traffic without Undyne, but... Oh, okay. Deltarune? Right, Undyne had been in charge of something about that. Important code or something. It was the only thing that ever made her nervous. Never saw it, though. I don't think it's even in the station. Can you go incorporeal and just head on down there? Is that theoretically possible? I mean, there's no magic in this world, I think, so... staring at the screen like that, Susie. It's too funny. I'm gonna direct traffic on the speaking of her opposite. I'm sorry, no one has seen her since last night. Wasn't any of her usual places either. Seems strange to worry, given that she's usually invincible. This job just isn't the same without her smile. Honestly, town seems like a safer place without her. Fewer explosions, less mistaken crime, fewer arrests. Maybe she wasn't a great cop, but she was a great friend. Aw. Hope she turns up soon. Personally, that place gives me the creeps. I would never go there. There are things that even ghosts are afraid of. Mostly because of social anxiety, but sometimes other things. For... Now we can go to the library, or... Oh my god, what is this? Chris, I see you always with Susie. Maybe Susie is like a caddy, too, you know? He's got weird, like, he's putting commas in weird places. And like he capitalized something. He's got an interesting text here. You too, share one lizard's brain. I like... You're giving me a freaking stroke reading your lines. Gonna unhinge your jaw. Chris, you walk with the accursed beast. Yeah, there's something that I watched in a Deltarune video about the dynamic between Susie and Noelle, and that's the relating to what I said earlier about the relationship and Susie's blossoming crush, etc. But in that video, it also established, yeah, Caddy does not trust Susie at all, because Caddy's probably rather protective of Noelle because they have a connection. They're friends, I think. I warn you, I believe, holding her leash, but you are the one being led into darkness. I think this actually does relate to the story meaningfully. It seems accurate, I guess. Chris, too late for you. Corruption is fatal. Promise, keep away from the light, Chris. Also, this is kind of a departure from her, like, single word lines, but I'm down with it. Susie away from Noelle. Hey, you can hate me or whatever, but Noelle can hang out with whoever she wants, furball. Ooh. I wanted to protect her. She's been at church. What? Yeah, she invited us to her house. Get over it. Chris, for long, have been distant. I never imagined we would be enemy clans. Oh. Talk to me. No longer. Goodbye. Wow. Caddy is more... This Caddy. Caddy's a bit more eccentric than I thought. When Beast approaches, leave, and I will curse you. I can't talk to her anymore! Would bring harm to Noelle. Would taste Underworld's sickest hex. You also talk funny, kind of like Jockington. What are you, like, reading your demon incantation sermons to the world? And of course the parents are cheering on, as they always do. This is where the school is. I'll check out the library first. Oh my god, the criminals are running free and Undyne can't stop them. Berdley's here. Do not tell him about our get-together at Noelle's. At the library? On a weekend? Is everything okay? Oh yeah, I forgot you had character development, so you're not going to be an asshole every single time you talk. Leave very fast. Run as you may, Chris. You'll never best my speedrun. Ooh. So Berdley isn't a fan of competitive Smash, but he is a speedrunner. That's kind of interesting. I will discuss the plans, because it's probably going to be explained away as like he's got to work here. Oh no! Exclamation point! Semicolon! Noelle is busy today. That means... Oh, spare me, sweet goddess of education. The three of us will have to have a study group? No. Look, we get it. You still hate us in real life. We'll leave. Leave? Yeah, that's what you want. For us to leave you alone. Yes, exactly. Alone. That's how I study best. A genius alone with his thoughts. Being alone. So good. Hey, we need to go study, not look at books. Funny joke. Same week, same anime review. Okay, good. Wait. Licensing concerns the IC mascot is slated for replacement. Oh no. Feeling a dread washes over you. Dogs. Make these books without paying. We'll just read them, then secretly return them. It's the perfect crime. Mind has been expanded by reading. I wonder how Napstablook is doing without Chief Undyne. Up on them? Same diff over here, or more books. I think there's one more bookcase here. Okay, and let me just... How to Care for Human. It's a book for monsters and humans. I didn't touch on this during my replay through because I was dead tired by the end of it, but I'll just go through it here real quick. There are photos of unfamiliar humans inside. You show the book quietly. Yeah. Book 1 about souls. Read it. The soul has long been called many things. The font of our compassion, the source of our will, container of force, but even now the true function of it is unknown. And now you have moved. Love reading, especially... Wait. Books upstairs. Books upstairs. Wait, the books are... Wait, love. It's a book about monster funeral. Oh, I think we did. We were able to access this. I'll just touch about it again. I thought this monster moved back so we could read more. I think might be the case later, at least. Monsters die, their dust will be spread over the thing they love, an object that possesses their existence. Theory that happened to Gerson, by the way. And the object on the earth, of course. And we go back in there, they'll figure out we stole stuff. We don't go to school yet. A save point out here? No. Also, have save points ever been in the light world before this point? I want to say no. But because there's so much to do here, probably, they're here. So, you know, if you're talking about save points diegetically being incorporated in the story, well, this kind of changes things if you're thinking about that. A diner. Didn't Toriel say she was going to come here? Grease me up, cheap. You were at the... You're working at... What was it? Greasy's Pizza? I don't even know. You're over there. Then you went over the mayor's place, and now you're here. Are you going to change jobs every chapter? Most chapters, because chapter 3 was a different kind of chapter. Working here all day makes me hungry for diner food. You guys let me take a break. Think of it. Did we hire a new guy? I was about to say, like, is he just not actually a hire? Tall hat. Notice anything different about me? Now that I think about it, I never noticed anything about you either. Frogget! We saw Frogget. Was it the opening sequence in chapter 1, and then you could talk to Frogget in chapter 2 at some point? Ribbit, the fly in my soup. Something about Frogget being here is kind of off-putting to me. Like, it's a piece of Undertale that's, like, maybe not shouldn't be here, but it's kind of out of place. Maybe I shouldn't refer to Frogget as it. That seems problematic. You after church, hon? That's nostalgic. Let me guess, the usual special? It'll be $5. I don't have $5! So you don't have enough? I'm sure you have some money at home. I think we might be able to go back inside. But I don't want to use Asriel's money for it, so you know what? Fuck you. Whose this? I'll have to drink. See, are you here to buy me free lunch? What about Caddy? Like that cat girl? Good gators, she is obsessed with me. This morning, we accidentally ordered the same special. We had to, like, share and, like, talk and laugh. And then she had the nerve to, like, pay for it? No way. Like, I want your hairy charity. So I'm just waiting, you know, in case she comes by. So I can pay her. By the way, makeup okay? mean, I need to look better than her, obviously. Are they doing a thing here? God, so obsessed with me. Honest, anything better to do than copy me? I mean, she better not, God. How long should I do this for? And is it really... I mean, think of, like, the good of society, right? He was always ogling girls like me and stuff. Now I can be a good little boy and ogle a JPEG. See, everyone wins. Especially us. Because it's really funny. Well, I guess it won't hurt to make some happy too. Texting someone. I didn't pick up on what was happening. That's a good bit. Is he? Oh. Those for new renovations. Little buddy, my date's about to start. Is it in the bag? Hear more. $10 flowers, heart-shaped pizza, and my secret weapon. The old duct tape suit I made for prom. Little buddy, it's a first date, you see. Overdoing it, you say. But Pizzarina, I want to show her I'm serious, that I love her. What is this sprite, by the way? I don't think we've seen many of these sprites, actually. And maybe a little late to our date, but I mean... Look at these memes! A frog riding a bicycle! He's breaking out the vintage like this. She's gotta be... Is that a Dat Boy reference? Ugh, I feel disgusted. She's gotta be making out with me in her mind, little buddy. Oh my god, look at that fucking sprite. Double disgusting. I regret coming over here. Whoops, another new text. Sorry, little buddy. Talk later. Yeah, it would be weird if you were here. Further. Hot damn, little buddy. Look now. She just added a meme to be about us. My god. This is love. God, I feel it. I feel the universe. I wonder if anything changes over here. Same. Oh boy, we're doing this now. Open in quotes. So, can we go into the store? Sorry, kid, check the sign. I did. Yeah, we checked the sign. It says open. Oh man, thanks for checking that. That's wrong. Okay then. Change your stupid sign. Alright, I bought it. One change sign coming. I love Susie and Sans interacting. It's so weird because Susie is distinctly Deltarune and Sans is very distinctly Undertale. And yet they gel so well in these interactions. The one from Chapter 2 and in here right now. I think I mentioned that a little bit in my Chapter 2 replay. I don't see you changing your sign. Got it. Come back in a bit. Maybe it'll change after we come back from the Dark World? Over here. We hear nary a bone. No rattle, nor trestle, nor xylophone trickle. Tickle, trickle. Interesting. Hey, human. Doesn't monster scare you? Like, if that girl bited you? Also, I think the implication is that monster up in the window is the one talking. Maybe? Nah, Chris has got nothing to worry about. I don't like to eat little rabbits. Mom! Susie's very funny. No response. Door knocking guy? Oh, this is his wife. Please take a break from knocking today, thanks. Taking a break is vital to getting better too. know why I decided to give the wife this voice. Alphys. Oh, right. Susie, Alphys weirdness. I thought for a second Susie was chilling back because this might be where she lives because I posited. She might live in these apartments, possibly. Yes, you know that daily saucer of milk I put out? I have regrets. What do I do with my leftover milk? Just look at it. Oh my god, did it go terribly bad? Oh, you were there earlier. I missed you. Don't drag me into this. I'm just looking at milk. Get me into it. Stop. This is gonna make your stomach upset, probably. Do you, want some of my free milk? Please don't give me an option. It's my free milk, you furry freak. Don't be shy. It's my milk and I love sharing. Goddamn milk pirate. Well, that just happened. Oh, Susie could chill up there, too. Sans! We're at the... What? I wonder what happens, because we might talk to Sans now about what we talked about down there, so I wonder what happens if we talk to him up here, unless he doesn't spawn up here if you don't talk to him down there. Hey, don't mind me, just fixing up this grill. Want a hot dog? Heck yeah! Wait, is that a cattail? Oh. What do people call it? The nature's sausage or something? You fixed my grill? It's an upgraded grill. Now in addition to cat food, it can also smell like dog food. Low calorie stuff, so you won't feel guilty. You have better puns than that Snowdrake guy. It's inedible. We call that 0 calories, miss. I love Susie and Sans's dynamic. It's so funny. Cat-themed junk is piled inside the house. Bit of a cat-sea. Cat's tea? Is that a pun? I'm not picking up on it, I apologize. It's a locked cat flap. Upon further inspection, it seems it requires 3 codes. This information is useless. Okay, thank you for specifying. No! You know what? Alt F4. I'm probably getting locked out. I'm gonna restart. I do have to do more interactions again. The distorted bell. I wonder, maybe it's my Anton Blast brain going on because there's a secret-ish boss in that game that's bell themed. What, huh? That wasn't the Deltarune logo, or, well, it was, but not the text one. It was the Deltarune symbol. Okay. Alright, we gotta do a bunch of bullshit here. Talk to everybody. Even though I could probably skip out on some of this, because it's not my completion file. Just give me a sec. It shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Yeah, but did you check it? different little thing. Okay, more or less did all that. Just don't approach the household. I really hope. Okay, before I even get close to this intersection here, I'm gonna save because I feel like if I hit the trigger trying to go up to the Dreamer household, maybe I should call it the Dreamer household because they kind of renounced that name. Bring into the dark, it appears that the yellow circles in the windows were just fresh donuts. What? And the hissing was the fryer. Please tell me this isn't a joke and that's actually true. So I thought I already did this, so I skipped right through it. What do you have to say? Whatever am I to do? This boredom, this ennui. My, is that you again, darling? My only fan? Offer to give your TV. What? Want to give me your TV? I don't understand. Some kind of catch. It's scuffed, old, and the colors are kind of messed up. But it's really good. It's a really good TV. I see. Bring it on by. Of course. Wow, TENNA and canon. Is it a canon name? Hapstablook? This is supposed to be Metaton, but ghost form. Of course. Wait a sec. The handsome little thing, isn't it? What's the brand? I don't know, but his name's TENNA. Your TV has a name? No, I mean, yeah, but it's like a nickname. Like Aunt TENNA. How cute. I'll take it. Really? Hell yeah, Chris. We found him a home. Oh my, you two really love this TV, don't you? Well, don't worry. A strange feeling Mr. TENNA and I are going to get along famously. I'm getting a weird feeling from this. Cool, well, I'm putting it in your house now. Don't get to see nothing. TENNA, you cad. What is this? Salacious music video? Oh my. Something just awakened within me. You. Homestuck OC or something. Asgard guy. Shame he lost everything after he... You know. Also, I think I recognize you from MTT Lobby, but not anywhere else in Deltarune. I could be wrong. I used to sell flowers to make ends meet, but... What? He's your father? Oh, sorry. Well, I hope for your sake he quits being so obsessed with that stuff. Obsessed with the flowers, you say? Yeah, look at this. Back door is blocked. Through the basement window. Corkboard is covered with tons of papers and documents. Under the floor. New information. Chris, you handle the driving, I'll be the turret. You know, I'll be standing in back, throwing dirt and stuff. Hey, what's with the door at the back of the shop? More mention of it. Also, can we do Onion-san's conversation right now? French fry. Ooh, on the freaking ground? Gonna eat it? No. It's old and brown. Don't make me repeat myself. I think it's probably after we do Dark World stuff we should do this. Because it's not activating. Plus if it doesn't activate, I'm doing completion data on a different playthrough. Okay, now I'm going to save and I'm going to head up to the house. Our house. Feels like we made barely any progress, but also done a lot at the same time. This is a meaty chapter. The car! Think your mom would mind if we street raced in her van? Maybe your tires need some air first. I'm sure that it's fresh air. Check anything over here. Have we ever... I have the symbol here. Also, when I said earlier, I think there's some kind of inconsistency. I swear I've seen the Deltarune logo and the two triangles towards the top and the side. They're pointing up and the middle one's pointing down, but this time, this one is the opposite. The two at the top are pointing down, and the one at the bottom is pointing up. Or maybe they're all like inward or something in the surrounding. I don't know, but I swear there's an inconsistency. I swear it's been different. Maybe it's like Undertale's version and Deltarune's version are different. I could be wrong, but oh, Oriole's home. And we didn't get to see TENNA one last time, but there you are. I hope you have been. Where are your church clothes? You know, we just kind of. Chris, Susie is the guest. Make an excuse for her. I ate the clothes. That's not helping, dumbass. Not be a bad influence on Susie. You'd think, given these characters, the outset of these characters would be the other way around, but I don't know. I feel pressure gradient from the absence of entertainment. I mean, leaving for... I almost read that as chair practice. I was like, you're already on Chariel. In a little while, if you need anything, just come by the church. Okay, I wonder if she'll be there, like, after the chapter ends? Or after the Dark World ends. Well, water flowers blooming inside. All this stuff. We could probably have the same interactions and the sort. But we're both in here? That's a little odd. Smelling kid and their pizza stank brother. It would. Oh, really? Is that supposed to be Azriel's and him getting all in that fur? Oh, it's disgusting. Hey, still no hard evidence I drank that. Look, I thought it was like a soda cap. Reminds me when I flushed down a bath bomb, and geez, there's so much that like aligns with what Chris and Susie like. They're, as I said earlier, it feels like they're really cut from the same cloth. You just wouldn't have expected that. You did that too, almost too much, almost to a little suspicious level. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't go too far on that line of thought. What? You did it at home, dumbass? Do it at school. Thinking about good memories in front of a toilet. We see that again? Oh, I didn't read that second line for the dragon. Are you curious about? Oh, whatever. Here probably. We can indeed save. I'm not getting hot chocolate. Oh, maybe it might be important for the chapter though. What about... Okay. I just don't want to miss anything, damn it. But I think I will save one last time before... And yeah, it says level 4 now because it's chapter 4, so I guess level equals chapter number. Alright, we made it. Well, we're Alt F4'd. I'm gonna get hungry waiting around. And yes, this setup is very fun. That works, I guess. Susie, Chris, I like... Maybe, to point this out, I do like it, like, when a cartoonish scenario of, like, somebody gives a flower, like they're clutching a flower with their one hand, and it's like the flower stem isn't stiff, so it's like kind of wobbly, and then they're like using it as a gift to somebody else. It's like the dud meme, the thing that became the meme from The Simpsons. Whatever, that's just my weird neurotic self. Sorry, I'm late. I just had to. Yeah. Is that a rose? Looks like a pink rose. This? Oh yeah, sorry. She just eats it. Better luck next time. Oh shoot, did you want some? I can pick up the stem if you... No, it's fine. This way. I didn't read that. Shit! Oh, we're actually going to the... Oh! Look at this! Look at... Use your eyeballs! What the fuck? Sorry if it's not much, but... Oh my good god! And Susie sprite changed in the middle of that. Hell, it's huge! I'm already getting lost just standing here. Well, then, here, I'll show you around. Noelle joined your study group, not party. That was the theme that... the little jingle that played when Susie actually joined the party for real. Chapter 1, interestingly enough. Now look at all this sprite work. This is just gorgeous. Can't interact with really anything, but what happens if we leave? Picked up. Dory already left. Please don't ruin this for me. I'll check. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to go to Castletown. Okay, I think I can. Stat. Money 2. I don't know where that came from. I think we just normally have that. Weapon, eraser, advantage. Chris since chapter 1, in quotes. Interesting. Item. I think we can only do that in dark. Okay, Alt F4 again. I mean, I guess it's not required. There might be a few small little things in Castletown, but I think for the most part, nothing huge. Then again, it might be something funny if you come bearing 2 shadow crystals, Sham, because I assume after the chapter 4 Dark World, we are going to be able to go to Castletown again afterwards, and significant stuff might happen there. Yeah, now instead of the written Deltarune logo, it's that. That's very peculiar. Actually, I think that doesn't that happen with other chapters too? Doesn't it become like Queen's face in chapter 2? So it might not be too peculiar. Maybe I'm freaking out over nothing. It really freaked me out though. I wasn't expecting to see that. Hey, like Barbie. Maybe some interesting things within the school itself. Horn. Breathing. I think this is like unique-ish lighting for this place too. Woman you made each have 2 branches stuck diagonally in their heads. Yeah, I think you can take Susie in here in chapter 2 as well, so it might not be anything significantly new here. Insultingly, a pear. This is substitute teacher food. Basic shape, circle, oval, square. Hyperdynamic. Is that the 4-dimensional version of it? This works, some of them. Yours. Primitive drawing. In our class, get a chair tower. And school systems. Yeah, this isn't right. Start a petition. Okay. To the left. Probably just all the same here. Temmie again. 3 eggs. This is where you kabedoned me. Not quite a kabedon. Another Japanese word. Don't worry about it. Tem stubby hard, Tem learn how to sing. Excuse me, actual Temmie voice? Is Temmie gonna learn the whole hymn over the course of the rest of the game? Perhaps. I wonder if that was actually Temmie Chang's voice for it. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, no, you just keep going through the whole thing. Yeah, I would have liked a sense of progression.
And the places that you know.
Or maybe that's Toby Fox with like a female female voice filter. That would be even funnier.
When the light is running low.
Okay, the cool thing they could have done here, which it might be, would be if there was one voice clip in here that could randomly come up that's like a secret thing. It'd just be very off-putting. I don't know what it would be though.
And the shadows start to grow.
Put the egg at Birdley's desk. Never mind, I don't want to think about it. He laid them! That's disgusting. Posters suck. Why can't we have like orange cat wearing a top hat or something? Next time, it seems to not be time for class. No, I keep getting trapped. Doors locked. Cram everything into the closet, even the rug. Okay. Easels. Doors locked. No easels. Hell yeah, we're back. Rousey just isn't here. That'd be alarming. No, Rousey's here. What the hell is... Aww. That's... Stop it. Stop it! Susie, Chris, welcome back. Wow. I missed you. It's heartrending. It's too cute! It's disgusting! So let me take one more sip of my mead. Oh, this sounds really nice. Very good mead. We talk about something. Remember that cop last night, Undyne? I took her and locked her in the shelter south of town. Gotta get her out, but the door's solid steel. There's actually a funny thing about this is that Rousey has been able to go from Dark World to Dark World. So in Chapter 2 and 3, just seemingly just transport there or some shit, man. So, you know, if that's not addressed, it'd be weird if Rousey couldn't just do that now. Unless, you know, the method of locomotion is through the light world, but, you know, from Rousey's claim, they're Darkener, they can't do that. We can break in. I'm looking for the codes to the lock. I'm also waiting for Susie to pick up on that. Like, how did you get to those other Dark Worlds? Noelle's mom might have one, but... I'm worried about her Undyne. Her Undyne, not her Undyne. Me? A cop like her? Hell no. No, it's just that... Don't worry, Susie. Someone strong like her will be okay. Kind of talking about the whole, you know, don't worry, it's fine, similar to Spampton, the aftermath of Spampton. I want this place to be a place where you can forget about the real world for a while. Just relax, okay? If anything tough happens, well, did Susie explain that there's a dark world? And also, Rousey's explanation for going to those other dark worlds in Chapter 2 and 3 is that you felt it and immediately went there. It's like, yeah, you felt it and ran there real quick. Well, what about the one that we saw in the shelter? So, did Susie not mention that there is one there? If anything tough happens, I'll come help you two as fast as I can. Thanks, Rousey. It's any consolation. Not sensing any immediate danger. Interesting. So if it isn't the connection theory, shelter connected to the church theory, maybe we are going to the church first. I don't know. No one's made a dark world in there yet. goes to hurt people. I just only mention that because this explanation from Ralse can seem to be used a hand wave, like we don't need to deal with what's in the shelter right now. Undyne's fine. Its only goal is to hurt people. They would have acted sooner, right? I guess that's fair reasoning. Make sure no one else gets taken. Yeah, alright. So you're making me feel better. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, maybe we're going a little too far now. I wake you. Oh no, I can't read that out. Yeah, alright, knock it off with this stupid voice. Ooh. He unironically ooh-wooed. That pisses me off, the whole ooh-woo thing, because people are pronouncing it when it's an emoticon. You see it, you don't pronounce the emoticon. You don't say parentheses smile, you just see it as a smile. It's a picture, a little image through text. ASCII, like the smallest form of ASCII, maybe you could say. Okay? Don't say ooh-woo, it's just a face. Fucking idiot. God, why did that take off? Whatever. It's a little funny it was included, though. It's okay when you do it, Toby Fox. You should not have taught him that. Oh my, you taught it to Susie! This is the ramifications of doing that kind of thing. Yeah, this is funny. Lancer and Newbert! Spared all Newbert's friends. Are you friends with everybody? Now they're your friends too. That's good. When you spare people, this world moves up. Newbert moves up too. Oh. As in, like, actually, or party dojo? Yeah, this place is different with everybody. Oh my god, is it just gonna transform every chapter? Well, every chapter. 3 was different because we couldn't freaking access this place. There was everything to question. That's her. That's oh, he's up top. Huh. Wait, over here or that. Okay, to the left first, I guess. Clicker. I'm the hacker. I'm a programmer too. Programmer, not programmer. Pro gamer too. Keep it on the download. I got the mods on deck. I'm about to win big. Using a notch controller to play what looks like a child's game. So many Melee references, dude. Like, I'm not sure if notch controllers are a major thing in most other fighting games, competitive fighting games. But it is for Melee, and, you know, so is wave dashing. That children's party. Shut up! Shut up, Toby, okay? Yeah! Pro gamer is someone that programs video games, right? Yeah, sure. I just scammed this guy using a children's game. Oh, money match? His controller keeps malfunctioning. Okay, genius. Is he onto me? Way too much heat here. Go back to cheating rules at Snakes and Ladders. Snakes and ladders. I know it as Chutes and Ladders. Anything in here seems to have been dusted and polished. No one here cares about the details. There's like a little gray line here, miscolored, I don't know. Maybe it's, maybe that's not important. I'm just not even gonna mention the inventory. A dog dollar. I used up all of my inventory. Actually, no, this is... Wait, what save file did I use? Cell phone. I don't have any... Huh. I didn't input my name, so I did choose a save file somewhere. I was worried for a second I didn't. Such is the way of the worm. It's in the wrist. It's in the wrist. Oh my god, this bit from all the way in the Crimson Forest to Chapter 1. Oh my god. I'm glad this is getting a continuation. To be part of the fan club, you gotta be good at fanning. Or if a computer like ours, Lady Grace need powerful fans. Oh, yeah, we're gonna see Queen here. Oh, man. It's a great town. All my friends are here, ready to blow big bucks. Still, I can't help but feel like I haven't seen... What? Nothing! Bye! Bye! Interesting. Also, you guys weren't even enemies that I spared, so... we just took everything, I guess. Looking for originality, innovation? Then click no further than Addison's. Our new Fungadero will have your whole family funning around town. The state of the dummy. Damn, nice outfit, Ralsei. I don't have anything to do with this. I thought this was like a drawn six-pack or something, but I guess it's like a... what, a suit? I don't know. You look like a scarecrow, actually. Is the little tiny car here? Oh, wait, no, that's my completed save file. What the heck? Oh, I'm just a small ball. Friends, I have become more well-rounded than ever before. Reacts to your presence. Too far with my training. My legs have achieved a kind of ultra instinct. You can lead their own independent life without me. Would not mind. If only my legs were also introverted. It will never open again. It would be funny if it did, though. Just after every single chapter saying it won't. Now, into these buildings. Is this the Pushing Friends theme from last chapter? The song is so sweet, Captain. So sweet. You made it for us? It's awful. Nothing. I just love bugs. Boys are great. Hey boss, thought the dojo could use some beats. Use something a little romantic-like for the, mademoiselles? I didn't know there was a 3-for-1 babes deal in town, boss. I'm gonna give these fine ladies the reverse diss of a lifetime. The romantic style dojo is difficult to me. It may take years to master the lovely formation. Pippins? Hey, apparently you met my friends. The other Pippin says... Yeah, they're actually losers. Guess I hyped them up a bit. I'm Love Master. Don't ask me about loves. Alright. Love is when two people fight in a dojo together. Did I get that right? Thanks. Are there more challenges here? Boss, I'm sorry, but welcome to the Love Dojo. No, it's still the same as before. You still fight. But now the music is just overly sentimental. And I don't like it, but you can only fight lovers. Oh, we're gonna see, oh, are all the fights themed romance? Boss, you wanna do battle with lovers? Because we're gonna see El Nino and La Nina. Ah, we get an executive buffet. Weather always sticks together. Predict the forecast and win. Predict. Blocks bullets. Blocks bullets. It blocks... This might block the sun attacks. Looked at the sun and took sunglasses. Into sunny days, Ralsei hoped for starry nights. This weather is sun, brilliant sun. Ah. sky and took a telescope. Whoa, fire! Let's not die here. Drop. Moisture drop. It doesn't. It's not as effective. Ah! It missed. Put on our forecast. Nice work, sunshines, but winning us over won't be that easy. Here comes the rain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This was in the... Oh. No, 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 no. I'm down. This was in the TENNA. Oh, Nina, me too. Me too. Here's our last attack. Celestial body's the perfect... Oh, oh. Oh, man. Oh, 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 no. Oh, man, this is actually difficult. Oh, no, no. You beefed it. Better luck next time. Okay, I'm gonna do this after this, when I get all my grease and rust off myself. Whoa! Look at that jam up in here. Oh, test, man! I think this was a part of a teaser. Lemonade, please. Candy Starfait. Uh-oh. Much to my chagrin, it seems we've become a cat cafe. Uh-oh. What is it I must say? Yeah, was it? I hope it is to your liking. Like anything. For the young monster, we recommend the black-tailed churro. For you, the young human, we recommend the tiramisu cat ears. Anything for Rouse? Nothing. I think this is supposed to be everybody, but hopefully I didn't miss anybody. Actually rearrange the tables there with different monsters, I think. Something along those lines. I'm not going to go through all that stuff. Oh, welcome home. Things have changed again here in Saucet Town. No, not Saucet, it's Sauce Town. Because I named, I think myself, the creator of the vessel, not the vessel. Your town's love is strong. Beauty grows in your heart. Let's see a merciful life. Do I look different? Sorry, I'm just me. My color must have faded. Hey, no mind. Commander. Lovely amenities you have provided. Take a sip of water, it's delicious, as expected. Oh god, the water cooler. Seems visibly agitated. Oh no. That really annoys me, just because he's a higher level. Thinks he can chat up the water cooler, get real. Music shop is closed. Everyone's busy at this time. We'll visit Sham later. Ribbit Ribbit? Reporting Zapper out of fear. Doing its best to cheer Swatchling on. Doki Doki. Sugiri. Boss, you know I respect your decisions, but this Zapper creature you recruited is a bit much. everything handled, so why not let him retire? Boss, why don't you let this weakling retire, huh? He served my team when I asked for something tough. Sorry. This Swacho guy, I mean. Not Rouse, he's fine. Watch how good I am at cleaning. I'm beating up the dust so bad it ain't coming back. Damn, I should try that. Try to wipe his face with my little bunny here. When we were having a bit of a cleaning contest. Such a clod. His very presence dirties the ground. I'm Amoeba. Welcome to Top Bakery. Special chef spin baked goods at the top of their class. Anafuda. I think it will be my turn to bake next time. In the building that looks like my face will be my house. That was always my dream. Lancer cookies from organic free-range Lancers. Free! I already took one. I just learned what bread is. Your journey continues. I will learn new recipes, so please visit again, as I suspected. Fix us. Just customary. Shit. Haha. I was stealing my hand at new fusions. I realized the forbidden technique. Bread. Wheat. Harvest the wheat for the egg. Keep that in mind. Realize the forbidden technique. Gluten intolerance. Because of this, I have not developed any new recipes. If only a true master of bread existed. Master of bread existed. I wonder if we'll meet somebody along those lines? Kitty burger. Sword Tenchibo. No new fusions, interestingly enough. Maybe after we get through the Dark World. TV? We can play our minigames here? Hello, boss. Welcome to the TV studio. We play various minigames. You have no effect on anything, so just enjoy yourself and relax. Well, it's still nice to have. Excuse me? I'm not gonna mention anything related to that until later. You need tips? Sure. Alright, listen up. Keep in mind this is just for fun. 10 ring notes well and get gold notes. Well, there might just be some lag. Just adjust on the fly. Z and X, play the notes, but you can press left or right to play the notes too, or mix and match. Your mistake, quit, restart, pressing C, and that's all. I want to know if anything happens if you get all gold notes. Not from you, fair. What did I expect? That's really funny. And you're probably gonna go from left to right here. I know this guy can't talk, but seems to really like his job. No, let's just, let him do it. Is Ram here? Oh man, if we took Ram back. Oh, I don't think he's back though. They probably need to keep the power strip for, plugging a lamp in or something, I don't know. Rhythm game, press your buttons and man, if Ram isn't here, that's gonna be so tragic. Oh. Changes audio in real time. You can play different songs through the rhythm game? Oh, I'm having so much fun here. Is this the original? I think. T-rank? I can get T-rank on both. T-rank, it says it's just for fun. I don't know, maybe I'll get a bonus. I'm halfway expecting it. This is TENNA. TENNA theme. Queen. Theme with the giant robot. And nothing for Chapter 1, actually. Anyways, excuse me? Did you And this is missable? Like, they're... I'm just going in. Mike's room. Seems to be locked with a code. Another code! Enter it. Do not. What? Hold on. I got a hunch. Damn. Wrong combination. Is Mike our little friend? It's got like little rosy cheeks. And horns. Not necessarily a distinct smile. Maybe that's not the eyeballs I'm thinking of. It looks like the eyeballs, man. I mean, you gotta try it. Wrong combination. Should I be on the lookout? Huh, that's very, very intriguing. I will go into Sean's shop first. Welcome, traveler. I know what you're gonna say. No, there's no shame in it. You fought the knight, didn't you? Well, we all know there's no winning there. If only you had the shadow mantle, your luck might have gone another way. But it's over now, isn't it? No mantle, no crystal. No mantle, no crystal. That was a line in the updated Spampin' sweepstakes. Don't have a long face now. We all knew nothing would come of this. But it was fun. To pretend it might for a little while. Also, I saw a guy do the night fight without the shadow mantle. Or actually, no. I saw him do it hitless, that fight hitless. I wonder if he did it without the shadow mantle. Either without it equipped or just without having it at all. Because you do, I heard somewhere you get special dialogue here from Sean if you do it without the shadow mantle. Thank you. Got a funny story, you see. The Addisons wanted to buy out my store. So I bet them for it on a game of cards. Hand after hand, they lost and lost, stubbornly doubling their bid each time. After a while, they'd lost their store, their money, and even some of their clothes. Of course, in the end, I laughed and gave it all back. But it was fun to give them a little scare. Though, not as fun as if they could actually win. I won't sell nor say anything new, I'm afraid. I'll brew a cup of tea and get out my blankets, but leave when you please. Isn't hanging around here. Yeah, more dialogue if I beat the knights, which I will see in my replaythrough of this chapter. And there's no new fusion items, which is so weird because there's a bunch of unique items that we got from TV World. But yeah, this is all the same. I might actually finish up this overworld stuff and take a break, make this part 1, and do part 2 either later today, like in an hour or 2 after a break, or maybe tomorrow, because, I've already used up so much time just talking and doing all this preamble before we even enter the damn dark world. What did that say? Funky music emerges from the cafe and fills the town. You are filled with the power of Funky Town. Low quality Funky Town. There's probably new stuff here. Whoa! Hey, shut up! Ooh la la, we are doing the wildlife fashion shoot. I almost said wildfire. So admirable, so admirable. What a pose! Because why not? Nothing. So plorable, so pliable. Just noises. Oh my. Changed color all of a sudden. I was very shocked by that. Can you make a cheesecake this time? Let's head upstairs first. Oh yeah, some of the... Is this store locked? Yeah. We'll head upstairs first and then check the dungeon. I have a surprise for you two. Are these rooms switched? I thought Chris's room was first, but I could be totally wrong. Oh, in our rooms. Connected! Our rooms, they're combined? That might be a reason for the switch if I'm correct in that. Yeah, see, look! The Deltarune logo! I wasn't crazy from earlier. The two on the left and right are pointing up and are higher up, and the one at the bottom is pointing down. But the one we saw in Toriel's place, I think, was the opposite. The two at the top are pointing down. There has to be a reason for that. Unless I'm going fucking crazy and I've just got it all mixed up. The rooms are combined. Just for today, I thought we could use the space. For a tea party, aww. Isn't the... I don't think I... The statue for this? Tea party. Kick back and relax. Hit me, I guess. Just literally hits her. Hey, this is pretty good. Because I got help from Swatch. Chris, would you like any? Ooh. Chris does like the sweet buttery scotch pie and chocolate. So I think this is most in line. So I think I'll choose this for now. 2 lumps, please. There. And here's the tea. Kind of funny. I always thought tea parties were for wimps. I mean, don't get me wrong, still are, but it just feels like when I'm with you guys, I don't even need to think about that. Oh, Susie. Guess your stupid attitude's been rubbing off on me. Like, I don't want to say I've been getting soft, but I just always had to be tough, you know? Now it just feels like I have options. Oh, Susie. You've changed so tremendously since I met you. No, rather, you've finally just been able to be yourself. I just feel so proud of you, Susie. Hey, you've changed too, dude. That's true. Hey, I have? Before, you were all stuck up about being good, right? Now, you're actually kind of normal sometimes. I suppose I just started appreciating you more, Susie. For example, I thought your Root Buster was scary before, but now I think it's really But, were you about to say badass? Yeah, that's what it was. Just say badass, idiot. I'm waiting for Rousey to swear. That'd be a fun moment. Eat a piece or what? Huh? No, that's for you two. Take a slice. Dude, you made it. You should have some. Okay. Oh, this is really yummy. You've never even tasted your own... Oh, whatever. Heck, are you surprised? I've actually never eaten cake before. I was making it for you two, after all. I can't believe it tasted this good. Dude, you're such a weirdo sometimes. Just have the rest. No, I couldn't. That's my cake! No, we're a pie person, okay? I don't know why I'm assuming as Chris and just doing what they more than likely would want, but now whatever. Okay, just later. I'm a bit embarrassed how much I liked it. Anyways, it was kind of fun. Thanks, Rousey. It's so cool actually seeing like Susie's development here, and like, you know, normally you'd think she'd push away all this junk and say nah and and completely disregard that she's changed. But she no, in that conversation, she didn't reject it. She just accepted. Yeah, I've changed. Or I guess the way Rouse put it, more she's more herself now. Do something for Rouse sometime. Oh, hopefully we can do that. Tons of awards here. Not the best one. Oh, right, Chris? Huh? What's the best one? Ah, change dialogue. The super cool one Chris got today. Really? Congratulations, Chris. Yeah, congrats. On any kind of award, I can add it for you. You can't, though. The drawer is full of a green crayon. Has it always said this? I think maybe it has, because Chris is the one, it's implied Chris took the green crayon and kept it, and for some reason Rouse knows that, and like is like, oh, they like green crayons, might as well fill this up with green crayons. But that kind of makes the theory about Rouse being the green crayon a little weird. I don't know. What happened to our stuff? They placed it all in storage. Don't worry, I'll bring it back next time. Okay. But give it a name. Nice, still got my rock and roll outfit. Oh, good. That's an awesome outfit. What happened to our stuff? Was on storage, same dealio. Today's fridge perfectly stocked by someone else. Perfectly made for someone else. Made by someone else, not for someone else. Not bad. So Susie's logo here is, I think this is like the logo that replaces their heads when they do a spell, something like that. And this is, of course, Deltarune logo, kinda. Angels, Heaven, the three, who's a what's-its. It's his room. Anything new? An extension. What Queen's face was added in there? Seems like an evil laugh. Greatest hits compilation. 10 hours of evil queen laughter ASMR. Whoa, look at this construction. It is receiving enrichment from camping the soft soil. Psst, it's me, the hacker. You were over there playing video games. Gathering gleens for a secret life hack. Get a terrarium for your computer. You could touch grass as you game. Bulldozer is receiving enrichment from its surroundings. He and the Prince King are building enrichment enclosures for when the folks down. Oh, what a great, normal, nice thing to do. Maybe if I built a gosh old isolation chamber, Mr. Society would come back, yeah. Careful.com, pretty boy. This room site is a work zone. What happened to the wall? I don't know, but we're not stopping until we hit buried treasure. Good idea. What treasure? Get a load of the guy. I should not do falsetto voice for Queen. That's a terrible idea. Get a load of the guy with no meat or fruit in his castle walls. I'm sorry. I'm new at this. I'm new. Susie, can you enrich my enclosure? I can punch a hole in drywall and hide toys inside. Cute. That was awfully specific. Someday I will do the same for you. I'll just skip through that. I don't know why. What am I doing, boss? Oh, just gathering worms, you see. Don't tell anyone, but I kind of want to work for that Blue's car. Where is he, by the way? I kind of don't want to see him. I still am very endeared by his character, but I can only take so much of him. Uh-oh. TV. Queen's room. There was a... Oh, there he is. And yes, this was a preview Toby showed. You shall notice my brilliance this any day now. I'm not sure if people knew that this preview was Chapter 4 related, but it is. Think about that lamp's brightness level. It seems low. Oh, that's a funny play on words. Has she not noticed her lamp's bounciness, boutier? Excuse me? I'm not gonna acknowledge that. Oh, this tune is banging! Who made it? I made it. Sipping noises. Like the curly straw, also nice. Miss Susie, how do you like my new... I thought she was gonna say, how do you do, so I got tripped up there. My apologies. Room! You want a sip? That's acid. We would die. Oh dear, first you don't want to swim in the free pool. Want to drink the free pool water? More for me, I suppose. Look on the right. Check that out. Built a new city with the space I found in the wall. It's not free. We're free. Oh my god. I haven't seen this. Looks like Headhathy's trying computer dating. Stopped it. I goat it. Keeping the streets clean. Oh, is that the tiny car? Like Wearmo wires trying computer dating, yeah. And you can have the bunny on top, but you might not have the cars, so like this is gonna like exponentially increase the amount of interactions depending on who you recruit. This is nuts. This is such a huge undertaking in terms of development. Trying computer dating as well. Are they That's funny. They're doing the touring part though. Oh, I can't step in the way. State-of-the-art 32 kbps bitrate for audio files. Audio files? Audio files. Kilobits per second. I was tripped up by it, but that's that. I believe that's what that is. I'm not stupid, I promise. Look at the right, check that out. I saw TV though. Is that your room? Sorry, it's still really dusty and dirty. Is she gonna just break it? So what? So you can't go inside until I clean it. What are you hiding? That's so embarrassing. Yeah, I thought so. That's where there's a fresh egg. Susie, but wait! I'll just leave. Still in Rouse's room. Yeah, you won't let me do anything else. I wonder what's in the TV room, because TENNA should be in the... awfully dark here, but... ends. No music. So. Empty? My own room? I don't need a room. This is completely missable, by the way. You can like just skip out on this until the end of the chapter, interestingly enough. At least that's what I thought. Though so I never You live here. We have rooms, not you. Making you two happy is my purpose. I think about it. There's no reason for me to have anything. That's the stupidest goddamn thing I ever heard. See this stupid excuse for a room? I don't care what the reason is. Me and Chris are gonna fill it up, wall to wall, until you have the most badass room in the castle. Susie. Look, you can't be the only one with an empty room. It's too sad, you know? Wherever we go, keep an eye out for furniture. Right, Chris? Come on. Chris, Susie is so nice. It makes my heart hurt. Can kind of relate. I don't really have any hobbies or interests. Baking, sewing, singing, those are all just things I thought to do for you two. But recently, I'm starting to feel like I'm developing my own opinions, my own likes, my own dislikes, my own desires, my own fears. Please tell me, should a dark nerd be feeling like this? I think this is just the right option, plain and simple. Be yourself, dude. Chris, that from you, I might just... That was a very, very specific kind of undercut, by the way. Little undertones to that. Alright, furniture piece number 1. I wonder this is if you didn't gather this, by the way. Thanks, Susie. Let's go, Chris. You please take this back. By process of elimination, this is the best thing. Rousey's room. Curtains are fluttering. What the heck is in TENNA's room? Well, supposedly TENNA's room. You're supposed to be in Mettaton's place. Ah. You're also here. I'm sure the TV guy will return any day now. And noticeth my brilliance. Hot burning meteoric hunk. I feel so on fire with you. Almost as hot as the lampshade when it caressed my hair. I don't know how I felt about that. Want to forget it, I think. Sweet as frozen sundae, our relationship has never been more solid. Except I think the lamp put its hand on mine. It made me feel funny, but we will ignore that for love. The thing about that lamp guy is really shady. Play on words. Like I saw it walking between rooms repeatedly. That gives me an idea. Prince Rousey. Look how many hats I've racked up. Ah, the original hat. Whoops. Seem to have lost it. Forever. You need not your hat to hide your face anymore. It's a shame because there's a lot of fans of that Rousey design. I'm sure your friends will accept if you just get plastic surgery. Oh, what was that animation? Alright, I feel like doing this. You could measure like the length of this hallway and be like, oh, there's supposed to be this many boss rooms. Also, we need to check up on come on, you gotta have a line for like walking back and forth. Anyway, you could check like the length of this room, be like, oh, there's that many boss doors, probably, right? Cool. Like it just plays in reverse. Like Rousey, a cake next time. Just help me find the ignition on this thing. I wonder what happens when we bring a real cake in here. Does it turn into a darkener, or reminds me of the Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, where it just pizza comes alive and then he eats it. Living quarters for bad guys. Are there any more bad guys other than just doing an absolutely reprehensible job at protecting the jail? Hark! The other kings realized you can just Go out the back of this thing. Yeah, we realized that in chapter 3. Pish and posh. Was I really the only one serious about being in prison? But do those other ones show up somewhere, or...? That's fine. Golden Sam, a cage whose head you can talk to, and I are fine. You can talk to them? I'm Golden Sam. Have you always been able to do that? I'm going to leave soon, too. You can't. Only a single crown remains. Kings and animals left to seek their fortune. What a drag. What a drag. Where is their fortune? And you. What? Soon you will meet your demise by the knight's hand. We lived, idiot. What? You met the knight? Also, it might change if you've defeated the knight. This dialogue. A rare show of mercy, I suppose. At their full strength, you'd be splattered. What? What were they like? They seemed a little what? You know, a little what? Draw a picture, wench! What? It was he, clown, that told me the knight's brilliance. Really? Has this always been here, this dialogue for chapter 2? Because it's interesting. If Jevil told the king here about the knight's brilliance, of the fountain's glory, how it rise to power, funny little man, how his jokes and dances made us chuckle. He had to be tricked away by his closest companion, the magician Sean, whose smile has gone empty since that day. Be going. What's that sprite? Is that a very scrunched mouth? It's funny. Okay. Wow, that was quite something. I think I did most everything, except for the challenges. Let me try the challenge one more time. Hate to leave things unfinished. Okay. I wonder if we'll get more challenges after beating this one. Oh, I guess all of them are listed in chapter 2, so maybe this is just that. $56 frickin'. Also, our health increased. Chapter. Very apparent this time. We're 200 health is Chris. Great. Also, did that remove spare by hitting the fire? It's gotta be sunglasses eventually. Come on. Ow. Also, am I stupid? You have to look at the weather report. God damn it, in the middle. Sonny, what? You were fucking with me! Or are you? Time to be an absolute god at this minigame here. I forgot there's two entities. Whoa! Right, I focused on the yellow one, which is the more dangerous one to miss because it causes things to fly if it hits the bottom. But the other one just ended up bouncing. I think it says miss. I'm just gonna defend because I think there's no use in using act. I'm just gonna focus on the yellow one. Also avoid the moon. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, it's a third! Oh! Just get it. Except for that lamp. That was really weird. Please don't mention that again. I didn't like that. Make the attack stronger. It did. But it was weird. We didn't like it. I think. We're going into some more, like a complicated exploration of this topic, a bit more than I thought it was going to be. It was bad. Yeah. Probably. But battle's over. I'm never doing that again. It was, okay, we did it, and they healed me. Save. I'm gonna take a break now. And knowing me, I'm gonna end up saying I'm gonna stream a few hours later, and then I just won't. So maybe expect that. But I don't know. I don't know how I'll feel. I'm fairly well rested at this point. I think I just need to chill all my muscles and bones for a sec. I'm gonna double save because that's my tendency. Okay. I could give my thoughts on all the stuff we've done, but like it's crazy. There's so much to do here. Even before we get to the damn dark world, we've been going for like probably 4 hours now. Yes, 4 hours. God damn. Yeah, this is a really meaty chapter. So yeah, I won't give my thoughts, won't go on any big spiels, I don't think, because we still have a lot more of this chapter to go, like a lot more of this chapter. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna go offline for a little bit, maybe come back later, maybe come back tomorrow, who knows. Okay, see you around, see you later, see you for the actual chapter soon.